I already did it. I already did it. Why am I have two people? All right, I just got a message that the stock's been in the red for 11 months. It's true. It's not true, actually. It's higher than where it was in June. I can't remember where the stock was in December. I would say it's flat with where it was in December, maybe slightly higher. There's a sell-off going on in the so-called AI space. That's a little bit caused by Michael Burry's negative bets on two big stocks. It has nothing to do with this. It's also on a woman at, I forget the name of the firm, maybe Open Chat AI, saying that she wanted or she expected or she was asking for government subsidies to build out data centers. And so these are at least the excuses given for the pullback in the probably an overdue pullback in the so-called AI space. AI is really big. AI is bigger than NVIDIA. It's bigger than Apple, or bigger than, so far, it's bigger than Elon Musk. I guess he's going to become a trillionaire, and he's going to own everything. And he's got 13 baby mamas, I think, so his genes will survive. I don't know what to say. This impatience, I cannot get it across clearly enough, unfortunately. For some reason, it took 10 months to put together a 102-page document to acquire AIP. I don't know why. I had my theory. I back off of my theory. The world is a better place with not only equality, but supremacy. It's going to be better. So I don't know why. Could it be that regulators took a long time? Could it be that the third party, as we saw in this presentation yesterday, could it be that the third party negotiations took a long time to strike the appropriate deal? Could it be that business is very strong? Could be all of those things. Or something else I can't think of. But for some reason, it took a month to do 10 pages of a 102-page document. And we're still not finished with that document. So there are people that expect, they look at the, hey, been through this before, been doing this a long time, looks like the stock is telling you. The stock is telling you nothing. Nothing. But it looks like the stock is telling you they're gonna dilute the shares and there's no revenues and, well, fine. I think it's a huge mistake to not be buying here. And instead of staring at your navel and being upset, you should be buying more. That's my opinion. But if you're upset and it feels good, you know, there's other stocks out there. Let me give you some stocks out there. Let me see if I can show you some. I think I can only show you a handful, but let me just show you what you could have done instead. You could be in cash, which has gone down in value. You could have been in NVIDIA, which went up, but now it's down. But I don't know net. It's of course I can't find this thing. Of course I can't find it. Oh, here's one. I'll use this one. There was another chart I did back in June, but I'll use this one. This is just a handful. So I guess you could have, on August 1, no, this I didn't write on August 1. This was my predictions. I don't know what, I don't know actually. I guess this is the price at the top of what the stock was. You could have owned Railtown at 50 cents August 1st, and today it's 38 cents. And that's just not good enough for you. It's just not good enough. Well, I think it's an opportunity to buy. Well, there's got to be something wrong. I mean, the price is telling you that the revenues, they're going to have to dilute the stock. The price is telling you. It's been 10 months. You know what? If you can't stand it and you really do believe it's telling you that there's something wrong, I don't know what to tell you. All I can suggest to you, this is human emotions. Human emotions. And of course, well, I just really don't want to stay. Okay, so Railtown for today is 37 cents. So that's been a since August 1. That hasn't been good. NRGV, I forgot about that one, but that one went up. We'll have to look at that one. MTEN. Where is MTEN? $2.16 and no hope. Nixie, I don't know where Nixie is. Might be up. $1.36, and I doubt there's any hope. Finger, from $1.60, Finger is $1.31 with no hope. Let's look at NRGV. That one I think at $3 or something, or $4. Well, no, 322. 322. So that one, if you put all your money in NRGV, you would have tripled your money. But instead, you're in this loser rail town that's been in the red for 10 months. Well, let's go over why you're in the loser instead of these other stocks. But if your emotions are telling you, I've been through this before, I know it, the stock is telling you they're going to dilute the shares, the stock price isn't telling you anything. But if you think it is, I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer. I do not have an answer to relying on instinct, sort of the idea that the price is telling you something. I really don't know how to tell you that the price isn't telling you anything. Oh yeah, sometimes it does tell you. Well, then if you feel that way, you got to act on it, I guess. Railtown is $37.99 to $38. 209,000 shares traded. Last trade, 180 shares at $37.99. So there's a bid of 68,900 there. So someone had to get out of $40 worth of stock, $38 worth of stock to press it down. So 10 months in the red. I know it's 10 months in the red. It's not though. Let's look at a chart. Let's look at a chart. I don't know if I have a recent chart. Is this Railtown? I have no idea if this is Railtown or not. This is Railtown. Of course, I can't read it. Can't read it. So I guess that's 10 months down, maybe. I don't know. I can't read that chart. So let's try to find a different one. Okay, here's Railtown. It'll tell us if it's been 10 months down. This is a 1 year. No, it's not. It's 11 months. It's January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, and so far into November. So it's 11 months. Railtown has not been down in the red for 10 months. Just hasn't. It's just not true. That's emotions. And sometimes logical people are subject to emotions like anybody else. But a more accurate statement is from July highs with one interruption, the general trend has been down. From the July seventh high. Now, is that telling you something? Is that telling you something about the company? I don't think it's telling you anything about the company, but it could. Let's put that to a side. On February 11th, back over here, the company announced that it was going to buy AIP Partners. You can see the highs there. And then immediately the selling went down. Now, you think that the price tells you something. Because on one side of your brain, you can say to yourself, well, you know, it's all corrupt and the shorts they sell and they've got it all rigged. On the other side of the brain, well, if there was something good, the price would be up. It's human nature. Just human nature. Just human nature. So in February, the company now announced AIP. What were the two things in the title? Signed an MOU to acquire. Two things. Two things. What do the automatic computers do when they see MOU and to acquire? They know that the CEO at Railtown is going to be buying the company after a deal with the CEO at AIP Partners. They further know that it's not signed, sealed, and delivered. The SEC requires that news be put out to all investors, which I think is I guess reasonable. But when you have a system set up where there's no buyers in the over-the-counter markets, I don't know about up in Canada with low price stocks, but there's no buyers, there's no research, there's no trading desks, there's nothing. And perhaps even if all those things existed, the fact that the stock's under $5, there's no institutional buying, huge market, bulge bracket brokerage firms buying, nothing. So what the criminals do, oh, no, the market would be telling, if it's good news, the market would tell you that. Well, you got to pick a side. Does the stock price reflect all the news that's out there, or do the computers abuse the system, which was created under Bill Clinton, but it would have happened whoever was president, to allow brokerage firms to sell to you securities entitlements? They don't have to own the securities. So anyway, these guys come in, they say, hey, the stock here, over here, the stock, I can't tell what price that is. I don't know, 47 cents. Hey, if they've agreed to be acquired, why don't we drive it down to, what's this price here? 25 cents? Why don't we drive it down to 25 cents and see if that deal's still going to happen? Because up here at 45 cents, maybe they agreed to buy it for 50 million shares, but if we can get it down here to 25 cents, maybe they'll have to issue 100 or over 100 million shares. So the per share value of concluding the deal will be less dramatic to the good side. Or maybe if we can drive it downward, the company that's selling itself will walk away, and then we can drive this stock down to be seller bucks. That is what they do every single time, and there's no stopping it. Never. It never ends. But you see that, you understand it, but then that's the small part of your brain that's logical, but then the experience that's in your muscle memory, the decades of trading, back when the markets were fairer, back before Bill Clinton, back before Barack Obama's time frame. They allowed all the brokerage firms to create only electronic shares, to fully transform the US stock market into a fractional reserve security system. And above $5, it tends to sort itself out. Under $5, it's a slaughterhouse. But no, the price is telling you something. So here, the stock comes down, again, because it said MOU in the title, and it said to acquire, and it said the other fateful word in the middle of the paragraph, LOI, LOI. So they tried to bust the deal. And then at the bottom of the page, it said, we hired Canaccord Genuity, who is a notorious banker for the shorts. So the shorts figure, look, we'll drive it down. If our buddies over at Canaccord do the deal, and it's 125 million shares instead of 50 million shares, well, we'll call them up. We'll have all this cash from selling all this stock downward. We'll give them that cash. And then we get some warrants and we can drive it further downward. Next time they try to acquire something, we can do it again. And in fact, they tried again to drive it down. I can't point it to you right in the middle of the page. May 19th. Well, then what happened? Well, I got trying to remember what news happened, but right here after that collapse, May 19th, and then it traded upward. And I think my timing personally for my own small transaction came in right at that high in the beginning of June. I think I was right at that high. That's when I said to everybody, we've got to start buying that. That's when I sold, I forget now what, Nixie, G-Bucks, I don't think I had Finger. There was another one. I had 3 things, maybe 4. And I was going to sell a little bit. And I decided, well, no. The announcement back here said a few weeks, and the regulatory information on Google, which I looked, in Canada, it should be approved in 30 days unless it affects competition. That's 60 days. So from February, that means March, that means April, and then May, I was still playing with these other stocks. You know, admittedly, you know, you're talking, you know, tiny positions, but I guess I'm looking at it, I guess during the last part of April and the first part of May, the stock wasn't going anywhere. So I figured, well, I guess it's still going to take some time. Then it popped up a bit, and then they crushed it. Now you can say that price down there on May 19th was telling you something. The price of May 19th, all the information out there was telling you on May 19th, that stock was nearly worthless. Because magically, the market collectively, there are no intelligent buyers. By that I mean there are no informed buyers. There are a few, but remember, over here on February, it started a period of time. I can't call it what I used to call it because one of you pointed out it's not in Google. So from February 11th, all of the insiders at Railtown, all of the investors, major investors at Railtown, all of the consultants and bankers and lawyers and anyone involved with Railtown could not buy stock from February 11th onward. All of the buyers in AIP, all of their large investors, all of Omer's investors who may have heard of AIP, all of Mavericks investors, by definition, John Ruffalo was the founder of Mavericks and a founder of AIP. None of those people could buy. And then each of the companies, none of those companies, big investors, could buy. All of Canaccord's investors precluded from buying. No research. Why? Because of the AIP deal. Well, in that market, the sellers come in. It goes sideways because someone believes there's something there. And then on May 19th, they crush it. And right there, that stock price is telling you something. It's telling you the company is worthless. And that means something. That price means something. Okay, maybe it does. I'll tell you what it doesn't have in it. It doesn't have any of the major buyers, retail, whale, family offices, or institutional associated with Railtown. It doesn't have any of the institutional buyers, large retail, whales, family office, institutional, associated and swirling around AIP. It doesn't have any of the retail, institutional, whale, family offices, mutual funds swirling around any of the private companies in AIP. It doesn't have Omer's or any of those investors who might have a cause to know about Railtown and AIP. It does not have Mavericks. And on top of that, the only brokerage firm in Canada who knows the story, one of the top four, is Canaccord Genuity. It's on Canaccord Genuity's restricted list. They can't solicit orders. They can't go to their institutions. They can't go to retail. They cannot put out research. They cannot talk about it. That's from February 11th. Well, here on May 19th, oh my God, something's wrong. Well, unfortunately, I tell you what, I gave you my feeling on what was wrong. You had a dilatory law firm. But, you know, I'm not allowed to say that. It's inappropriate. So maybe it was a case that once these guys agreed to merge, they had an argument for 90 days. Maybe they couldn't stand each other. And maybe they got to fisticuffs and they had a challenge in the boardroom. Corey is going to take on Dr. Ward, and whoever wins, we will either go forward with the transaction or we won't. And maybe that started, and then maybe Corey lost the fight, and that's why the stock collapsed on May 19th. Who the hell knows? All we do know is all the main buyers that have knowledge, that are informed, understand the marketplace, understand, most importantly, the revenue deck. They understand where revenue is going to come and how it's going to grow. And it doesn't matter how many times I pointed out, that leaves the brain. Why? Because the stock price is down. Obviously, everything you're being told, everything you're surmising, everything you're calculating is wrong because the stock price is down. Well, there's no buyers. Where are the buyers? We've purchased 15 million shares. Bless your hearts. But I don't think the over-the-counter market directs the price of this stock. It's where it gets abused, and I'm sure it gets abused in Canada. All right, so what happens after the stock hits this low in May? Nobody at the law firm wakes up. Nobody in the boardrooms wake up, as far as I can tell. So they're still negotiating. They still didn't finish the AIP deal. But I don't remember what caused this thing to run up right there. There must have been some news or something, and I can't remember. But I got in right at the temporary highs there at the beginning of June. I started talking to you guys, and many of you, including Steve, were able to buy the stock when it inevitably, because whenever I get into something, it goes down, bought the stock at 22 cents. Remember, right here in the middle in June, that's when Tony Tiny Toes, the tiger, said, "Oh, it's a scam. Oh, they've got an ongoing inability to fund clause," or whatever the hell it's called. Oh, the going concern clause. Oh my gosh, you can't just listen to people on YouTube. Tony the tiger. Well, then all of a sudden, Tony be careful of Tony. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. But anyway, some of you were able to buy it down. It rallied back up. And then in July, now I can't remember what that news is. We'll have to look. But it rallied to a high of 70 cents. And lo and behold, the AIP deal was not completed. So what does that mean? From February over here, all of the institutional buyers, all of the whales, all of the insiders, all of the consultants, all of the family offices, all of the institutions around Railtown couldn't buy up here. They couldn't sell either. All of the institutional buyers, retail buyers, whales, family offices, mutual funds, institutions, knowledgeable people around AIP couldn't buy down here. They couldn't buy Railtown up here. And if they owned it, they couldn't sell it. I don't know what to call that term, because I was admonished that the term I use doesn't exist. Well, fair enough. All of the institutional and retail and research office and investment bankers, and therefore all of the mutual funds and institutions and whales and retail and ETFs associated with Canaccord up here, they couldn't buy the stock, couldn't sell it either. All of the same associated with 165 companies couldn't buy it from February, they couldn't buy it up here. So what did the shorts find out? They're relentless. They do it every day, every bloody day. Sell, sell, sell. They sold on the way up, and they just keep selling. Why? Because over here, the company announced that it was going to buy AIP. That entered into a period of quiescence. That entered into a period of information shutdown. That entered into a period where anyone that knew anything couldn't buy the stock. They still couldn't buy it up here. So let me ask you, did the price at 70 cents mean anything? Did it mean anything when the stock was worthless on May 19th? Or did it mean anything at the price of 70 cents? Did either price mean anything? Up here at 70 cents, oh, somebody knows something. Better rush in, which I would have done if I had money. I think the stock is extremely valuable at 25 cents and very valuable at 70 cents. But did either of those prices mean anything? Did the black or the red in the bloody price mean anything? Did the green on that day or the red on that day mean anything? I guess it did. It meant something in the short run. But what did it do as you zoom out? It just gave the automatic, relentless, computerized sellers of securities entitlements. They do not sell stock. They sell securities entitlements, otherwise known as phantom shares or counterfeit shares. They do not sell anything they own. They do not sell anything they know anything about. It's a system that works because Adina Friedman can't get her ass up off of her glorified seat and fight it. The goofball Caldwell can't get the shit-eating grin off his face to go in and be a man and fight it. Ann Wagner couldn't care less because she's bought out. There's a revolving door at FINRA and at the SEC. Goldman Sachs owns your government. So they sell from May 12th, they sell and it collapses. And somehow buying comes in, but they keep selling, it collapses again. Then they use the same computers, they have the same Fibonacci, and they use all the things that the people come on here saying they know how to trade. And everybody's a trader. Everybody's a bloody trader. When I was the age of most of you and younger, if we traded our clients' accounts the way you trade your own accounts, we'd be fired for churning. But you think it's skill to churn your own account. It's just slow. It's slow destruction of your own account. So in the broad range of what, 20 cents and 70 cents, did that entire rally there tell you anything about the company? Or did the price movement help in any way whatsoever tell you something about the stock? I'd argue no, because they kept selling and then it breaks down. Now, what is missing from July until September 22nd? What's missing from July to September 22nd? I can't hear you. Oh, you're saying from February 11th, all of the well-informed, probably the majority of the technology and AI investors in Canada, all of the institutions, all of the whales, all of the family offices, all of the retail, all of the mutual funds, all of the ETFs, and etc., surrounding, and the insiders surrounding, and board members and angels surrounding Railtown, AIP, 165 AIP companies, and all of the companies and investment companies who do business at Canaccord, and all the large investors at Canaccord, frozen. They can't hear anything about it. Canaccord, one of the top 4 companies, cannot solicit orders. None of the other brokerage firms even know about the story. So you're saying over here on September 22nd, from July 7th to September 22nd, you're saying those informed buyers were missing from the market, almost that like they were on strike. Yeah, but still, if something good was happening, it'd get out there. Someone would break the law and buy. Well, what if? What if the consequences are pretty severe in Canada? I don't know that answer. What if the companies, principals, have been through this rodeo before and have built technology companies before and have sold them before? In fact, Corey Brandolini was involved in a company that was sold to Microsoft. What if his vision is bigger than 22 cents to 70 cents? What if, in the face of that, Corey Brandolini looks at this and says, I am going to demand that every single person I speak with about this company, and now you've seen it, you've seen the pitch, I'm going to demand that they promise to me that they do not trade in the open market. In fact, I'm going to make them sign a confidentiality agreement. And I'm going to enforce that, mother. So from February 11th, there's no buyers. I mean, obviously there's some. The story gets out somehow. But it's this vague story. Oh, you're just putting pieces together. You and I have been buyers, which I think is the smartest financial move you've made in 2 decades. But you and I are buyers. But I don't know that that affected the price at all, because we never, ever were able to buy the stock, at least from the stories I hear. Nobody paid the ask, ever. And we never broke the ask. This is a Canada-driven price, Canada stock. And in Canada, everyone that has the money in this space bloody can't buy the effing stock. Oh, the price is telling you something. All it is down. All it is red for 10 months. Well, on the face of it, 10 months, that's just not true. I would say it's majority red. 10 months would take you back to January. But if you look back in January, that was a 27-cent stock, depending on where you paid it in January. Maybe you paid as much. If you bought up here at the top, you're flat. So that sucks. That sucks. But January was largely in the red. February was almost all red. March, April, May, I don't know. Can we say 50-50? It's never the majority black. There are no buyers. And then in the middle of May, of course, the sellers, something broke, probably stop loss orders, or it was the deep seek, or some other emotional thing got into 1 or 2 sellers. I don't know. Or they needed their money. I'm not trying to insult anybody. I just don't remember. Well, then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 black days. So I'm going to still say May was 50-50. June, I'm going to give it to the blacks in June. But it wasn't perfect. I'd say 65-35. And then July, you had a massive in the black run. It was at least 2 weeks. Maybe longer. I don't even know if my eyesight were better, I could figure this one out. And then for July, the rest of July, it was definitely, I'd say, majority black. So I think a statement that it's been in the red for 10 months is illustrative, and it expresses frustration. And if you paid over here, which frankly, if I bought any in January, I would have paid that. I think I bought a little bit in December and I paid more, but I don't remember. I mean, my average is 35 cents. So, I'm no genius. It might be 36 cents. I don't want to mislead you. It could be 36 cents. Then from August, which I predicted would be nothing burger, I'd say August was the Reds win. And then September, I would say the Reds win. So I'd say those 2 months, nothing but red. And then we got into October, and there's a lot of black there, a lot of black there. But then we hovered up here, October, I don't know. I guess the news came out on October 8th. And so it was buy on the rumors, sell on the news. So maybe October 9th, that sell-off, which was pretty high volume, makes October nothing but red. Let's call October nothing but red. September. I'll give September to the Reds too. So overall, it's a fairly accurate statement to say that for 10 or 11 months, this stock, if you're a trader, if you're a hot hand, it's been disappointing unless you bought right down here, sold up there, and stayed away from it. But I have never presented this as a trading vehicle, ever, ever. Now, on February 11th, it started a period that I was admonished I cannot call what I called it, so I don't, it's a nameless period. There is no name for it. But from February 11th, the buyers have been missing in Canada. So how can you tell me that the price is telling you anything other than you've got a relatively ill-informed marketplace trying to suss out what's going on? But from February 11th, nobody knows anything. And there's no buyers that would know and maybe do know, but they can't buy from February 11th. What's true today? Right here, down at the 200-day moving average, 39 cents. The low on the day, 36 cents. What's true here? Right now, what's true? They can't buy. They still can't buy. They still can't buy. The AIP deal announced on February 11th is still not completed. Yeah, so the stock price is telling you something. It's all bad. There's no revenues. There's nothing. It's all shit. The conductor doesn't work. The group of the people running Railtown, they're all a bunch of buffoons. They may be good at software, but they don't know how to present the company. They don't know PR. They don't know anything. The stock is down. Oh my God, the sky is falling. But what's true here at 36 cents, here at 70 cents, here at 20 cents, over here at 35 cents. What's true? The buyers are missing. We're just all jerking off here from February to November. Nobody knows anything. We have some clues. We know the company has gone to the conferences. We know that Ruffalo and Nobrega and Core and the IBM guy want to be bought by Conductor, which is confirmation that Conductor is great. But we don't have the details. And why the hell do we deserve them? Why? Just so we can satisfy our itch? If you were CEO of this company, would you blow up the whole story just to prematurely, maybe breaking the law or the regulatory, your agreement with regulators, to put out news that you shouldn't put out. Let me ask you a blunter question. If you're Railtown and you've acquired AIP partners and you've just signed a deal with TELUS where there's going to be revenue sharing, we just talked about it. Would you risk upsetting the apple cart, good or bad? Would you risk putting drama out there in terms of revenues, stories, before the AIP deal is done? If you were a major institutional buyer or a major brokerage firm in possession of material inside information on what's going on at AIP, what's going on maybe with TELUS, but certainly what's going on in Railtown, would you violate a CA or an NDA that the end date of is, I'll make it up, 2 days after the announcement that the AIP deal is finished? Would you violate that right now? At the risk of losing your license, at the risk of fines, at the risk of going to jail, at the risk of having to disgorge all your profits? The stock price is only telling you there's a lot of interest in this company. I personally think the fact that the stock is 35 cents and not 10 cents is telling you that there is strength here. If all the dire doom and gloom were true, this stock would be 10 cents, 5 cents. But we're so impatient because for the last decade, the style, and maybe longer, it's all about trading. It's all about trading. Hey, you can take this chart and it counts, let's see, boom, 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 boom. I used to call Harry Lopsher, one of the great technicians. I'd call him up. Lopsher, hello. Oh, hi, Billy. What do you got? Well, I just got a guy in, whatever. I've got a guy in Apple Computer, and he's got 40,000 shares he just bought. The stock has broken down a bit, and well, let me get it out. Okay, Apple. Let's see. That counts. Let's see. That counts. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's and then that counts. 1, 2, 3. Well, Billy, it looks like you might see a little bit of a sell-off down to $32, but if it can hold there and hold for a day, I think you'll be good, Billy. I think that's a good chance to buy, and it counts back up to $38 in the short run, Billy. What else can I do? What else can I tell you? Well, how do you feel about the market? What are you seeing? Well, here's a little stock you can look at. I do that all the time. I was a big shot. But he's just counting, and he was good. He was good. But was he right every time? At Merrill Lynch, at one of the training classes with Don Regan's son-in-law, who ran our office, he would have these meetings, and there'd be different people in to train us. And even then, I had somebody in. It was a different investor in. I think it was Apple. I do think it was Apple, but maybe it was a different stock. David, I'd stand up nervously, room full of people. David, yes, William. I have a stock, Apple, my client owns uh, a position in it, and he's nervous. Well, let's see. Let's see. I pull out the chart. Let's see. That counts 22, 21, 20. Wow, Bill, let me show you. And so he draw it up on the blackboard with his chalk. Well, let's see. When the stock was 18, now it's 22. It's pulled back to 21, and so on he would do the Elliott wave. It's the 1, 2. This is the pullback 2, and you should be ready for a third wave higher. That stock will go to $28, $30. Thanks, David. That's great. The next 2 weeks later. Yes, William. Well, I have this guy in Apple, and it's at $15. Well, let me see. Let's see. I'll pull out the chart. We'll count it. What? 50, 22, 10, 12. Wow. It broke down. I wouldn't buy it. Well, 2 weeks ago, you said it was a buy. Well, he didn't have an answer. It's all crap. It's all crap. It's all trading. It's all crap. It works while everybody's doing it. But if I had listened, of course, I no longer have that client. I'm no longer at Merrill Lynch, so it doesn't apply. But so perhaps that's what I'm trying to tell you is maybe I told the client, my technician doesn't think this stock looks that great. At Merrill, I couldn't call Bob Farrell. So that guy maybe got out of Apple at $15. I don't remember the exact prices. And you know what he missed out on? He missed out on 2 decades of wealth creation, 3 decades of wealth creation. If you let this bloody pressure here get you out of the stock, you're going to be making the mistake of your investment career, at least the recent investment career. The selling never stops. The pressure never stops. Day after day, they will hit the bid to cause you to believe there's something wrong with this stock. They don't know anything. And their goals are just short-term trading. 1 day, 1 hour, 2 weeks, or maybe they're trapped with some of their position. This is not a time to contact me and say it's nothing but red for 10 months. This is a time to buy the bloody stock. But we all have our opinions. We all have noses. In my case, it's a big one. All right, let me get off of that. I want to tell you that I think this week was excellent. Absolutely excellent week. On Friday, the deadline for the merger of Railtown and AIP came and went with no bad news. On Monday, Rebecca Kurzweil caused, I don't know what word to use, had an excellent interview with Dr. Tom Core. So we got that Monday. Fantastic. I've played it for you twice. Maybe I should play it for you again. In that interview, she was very good because it was obviously scripted. but she was very good in getting him to talk a little bit to expand what he was saying. We learned that from my notes, that they've created a network of AI companies to provide. This is the AIP. That's what Dr. Tom Core is. He's the founder of the AIP network, which is imitating Constellation Software. Dr. Tom Core comes from an incubator and an academy of excellence, I can't remember the name of it, in the technology space. John Ruffalo was the original investor via OMERS in Constellation Software. He founded and ran OMERS Ventures. More recently, he has founded Mavericks. He knows a lot more about this than, oh my God, the stock's been in the red for 10 months. You are falling, if you're going with that, you're falling for what the shorts want you to feel. It's not pleasant. Look, I have a puny account. Other than the stocks that have absolutely no trading logic, Go Logic, which I bought years ago. It was called something. Oh, I guess it was Logic spun off that one for one. Some spinoff from HNRC, Worldwide something or other, and then collective audience that Peter Board should be ashamed of himself, and his board should be ashamed. I think that's it. There might be, oh, my GTII I can't sell. So those things I can't sell. I just can't sell. But other than that, I'm all in Railtown. There's nothing I own. I don't own a house. I don't own silver. I don't own a pot to piss in other than Railtown. Oh, so you're biased. Well, that's what one guy said. He said, oh, he's so blinded by his belief that he can't see the rather large nose on his face. I can see it every time I look in the computer. That's why I try not to look in the computer. I'm not in this because I think it's the only way to make a return. It's the only way that people can make back the money they lost listening to stories and outright bad calls on Finger, on GTII, on CRTD, on G-Bucks, on GDC, on ZJYL, on MTEN, on COSM, on VNUE or whatever the hell it was, on the CLNV. How many do you need to see? The setup is Adina Friedman doesn't care. The cheese guy doesn't care. Ann Wagner, the blooming idiot, wants to protect your privacy. She doesn't care. There's a revolving door at the SEC. FINRA is a revolving door. No one cares. And under Bill Clinton, they changed the rules so that brokerage firms, their only obligation is to give you an unsecured claim. An unsecured claim. So they take your money and they give you black and white. It's just like the banking business. It's just like the fractional reserve banking business. Ostensibly, there's 10% reserves in our banking system. For every $100 out in the system in the form of loans, in the form of, I guess you would call it M2 and M3, I'm forgetting my definitions. For every $100 out there, there's $10 sitting in a bank. I bet you're going to find out the reason we're going to war against Venezuela, Iran, Russia, and anybody else who doesn't owe London collateral is because the banks have run out of collateral. And I would think you're going to find out somewhere that the entire banking system is leveraged on the scale of long-term capital management, those geniuses. That would mean instead of $10 for $100, you might have $1 for $100 out in the system. You may find out there's $1 in reserves for $1,000 out in the banking system. We're not going to war because the banking system is sound. We're going to war because they need collateral. That's my take. Well, what's happening in the securities? Do you think just because it's a commercial bank and an investment bank that those people are different? They're the same people. They're the same people. They're pushing the boundaries of leverage. They're pushing the boundaries of creating things out of thin air. Right now, the security system up in the big boy and girl area, let's say of Tesla and IBM and Exxon, there's some shorting, but you know what? It's met with buying. Because there's hedge funds, there's retirement funds, there's big pools of money from Fidelity to Vanguard. There's even pools of money in ETFs set on automatic reinvestment. There's retirement and 401ks set on automatic deposit and investment. So these big companies, as much as shorting goes on, and as much as security entitlements occur, the hypothecation and rehypothecation and the rehypothecation and the amount of shares outstanding are expanded, there's buying. Because the country, on behalf of the banks, the country has agreed to issue $40 trillion in debt. So there's not enough stock. They expand the stock. It still goes up. The Fed has their plunge protection. Everyone feels good. No one notices that everything is a con game. But you know what? That con game, at least in its early stages, creates wealth. That fractional reserve banking system allowed for loans, allowed for investment, allowed for suburbs, allowed for automobile purchases on credit, allowed for educations on credit. In the early and even ongoing stages, it creates prosperity. But now, probably since Clinton, certainly since George W. Bush was cheated into office, in my opinion, but a complete shill for the banks and the warmongers, the Halliburtons. And then Barack Obama, complete waste of space. Complete. I voted for him twice. What did he do? He was the first, apparently, African American president. I mean, I always point out, hey, he was also half white. But what did he do for African Americans? What did he do for working class Americans? What did he do to fight the banksters? What did he do about Fukushima Daiichi? What did Obama do about anything? He's the only president ever to be at war from the first day of his presidency to the last day of his second term. Every single day. He bombed so much we ran out of bombs. He killed people of color in the Middle East. His Secretary of State left Libya, it was on his authority, left Libya a failed state so she could prove she had balls. And now women and children are sold into slavery in Libya. What the hell did Obama do? The Affordable Care Act is Mitt Romney's act. It's just the lobbyists of the drug companies and the HCAs pushing through subsidies for themselves. Everyone hates Trump, but he's working on drug prices. Yeah, but he grabs them by the... He's a terrible man. That's not exactly what he said. It was disgusting. But it's only part of what he said, part of the conversation. This destruction, this abuse of the American financial system has been going on for 25 years. It started after Ham left the business. He does not understand what's going on. It started after I left, and I did not understand in the first 2 or so years. I thought what Ham's spiel was and what Ham was doing was correct. It made sense to me because I had buy-ins. I had to deliver stock. I had to get physical shares biked from one bank to the other across town in New York City and pay for it and get it done on time. That was pre-Bill Clinton. The banks didn't like that. So what the banks did, they got the great compromiser, the great third way, the great liar, to allow the banks to turn physical certificates that you own into an unsecured claim. And if you put your money with a firm like Merrill Lynch, all they do, just like the banks, they give you a statement that in black and white, it says you own 10,000 shares of Finger Motion. Just like your bank, Chase Manhattan, says you have $100,000 in your account. But if everybody went at the same time, you'd find out you've got maybe $1 in your account against that $100,000. But as long as things work, your card works, you can wire money, you can go in and you can pull out a little bit of your money. Yeah, okay, I got 100 grand. It's just an entry on the statement, but you trust it. It's a big con job. Well, Merrill Lynch gives you a statement, says you have 10,000 shares of Finger Motion. You've got 10,000 shares of Finger Motion. But what Bill Clinton's administration pushed through, or I can't blame it on him. He's clueless. It's the ever pressing push from the banking system. Push. We need more settlements. We need more settlements. We need that settlement. We need that country and we need that country. Keep pushing, push. Keep pushing. Same thing on the banking system. So under Bill Clinton, your 10,000 shares of finger motion, it's just an entry, just like the entry of cash. It's just an entry. But the 10,000 shares become part of Merrill Lynch's blob of shares held in street name, held in the name of Merrill Lynch. A pool of shares held at the DTCC or the DTC on behalf of Merrill Lynch in Merrill Lynch's name. And under Bill Clinton, those shares can be used and a lien can be put on them. They can be used as collateral for Merrill Lynch to enter into other transactions, leveraging up Merrill Lynch's balance sheet. Back then, it was probably, the banks became basically hedge funds, but they had prop trading desks, proprietary trading. It was probably for trading. But that's where it started. Well, then about 15 years later, under Barack Obama, I'm not sure he knew or had anything to do with it, the brokerage firms, I don't know if they needed legal approval or congressional, but they finally pushed through what they really wanted to imitate the banking system. They took away your right, except in small cases, to have physical shares at their firm. You no longer could hold your physical shares in safekeeping. Any check against the expansion of electronic shares was removed under Barack Obama. I'm not saying he had any say-so, but that was the time frame. Right around 2009, 2010, 2011. So what do we have now? We have your 10,000 shares is part of Finger, is part of 1 million shares that Merrill Lynch has at the DTCC. But Merrill Lynch has sold to their customers 10 million shares. They have 1 million shares up there. But Merrill Lynch is legally allowed to do it because of Bill Clinton. There's 250 million shares short. They have to be bought in. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I've given you scenarios where you can cause a squeeze, but those are pretty, it's like breaking open a lock on a safe. You got to get all the tumblers right. You got to pull the lever right in the 10 seconds after 8 a.m. And you've got to turn off, you got your eyeball that has to go in and your fingerprints, whatever the things that need to be done. There's too many variables. But what Merrill Lynch does with your 10,000 shares of Finger is it lends it out. It no longer, Merrill Lynch is part of Bank of America, but then their Merrill Lynch trading, their prop desks have all become hedge funds. And then they have the prime brokerage side. The market makers are gone. The Merrill Lynch rule was instigated. Anything under 5, the thundering herd of brokers cannot recommend purchase to their clients. There's no research. And there are no trading desks anymore in large at the brokerage bank. At the prime broker bank, maybe, but really the trading goes off. The risk is taken by the hedge funds. But guess what? All of the profitable part is kept at Merrill Lynch prime broker. The stock loan, the commissions, the margin loans, the fees, that's all kept. The risk goes out to the hedge funds. Except you build up risk in the prime broker as well, but that's all in the prime broker side. On the Merrill Lynch side, under Obama, the FDIC guarantees Merrill Lynch. Can you believe that? Guarantees Goldman Sachs. Can you believe that? You guarantee your abusers. But that's how it is. So finger motion now, 10,000 shares, is just part of 1 million shares at the DTC as a blob, but Merrill has lent out, hypothecated 10 million shares. Now, in the course of that, they may have entered into agreement with, I don't know, Jeffries in a derivative that Jeffries is paying to Merrill Lynch some money that guarantees that Jeffries can call from Merrill Lynch 10 million shares if they need it. But it's very little risk to Merrill because the stock's not going to break out. But should it break out, and let's say Merrill Lynch went bankrupt in an extreme example, and you have in your statement 10,000 shares, well, what would happen, all of the collateral would be taken to cover Merrill Lynch's obligations to whoever backed Jeffries. Whoever had instant claim on that collateral, that million shares of Finger, it would be gone. And then there's 10 million minus the one, there's 9 million shares. Who gets a claim on that? Well, it becomes a general claim. And I don't know enough about all the agreements. There might be some security against other Merrill Lynch assets because Merrill entered into that derivative contract. But guess who owns nothing? You. You don't have 10,000 shares of Finger. You have an unsecured claim. And let me tell you, in the brokerage business, the only person further down the ass end of the brokerage business than the retail broker is the retail client. There's abuse all the way down, and it finally rests at the retail client level. That's the same in the legal system. When you go through the court, the unsecured creditor is last, and it's going to get zipped. That's what happened to MFS Securities. But the system wasn't ready to go down. It's what happened at long-term capital management. But just like JP Morgan used to call everybody together to rescue the system, that's what happened at long-term capital management. They all met in New York and they assigned responsibility to different bankers and they bailed that thing out. So with that kind of understanding, what is this chart telling you? It's telling you it's manipulated. It's telling you, apparently, that they created 50 or 60 million shares of securities entitlements. They kept selling, selling, selling. There might be arbitrage as well. But what is this stock really telling you, this chart, from 25 cents to 70 cents and back down? What is it telling you? I say it's telling you nothing. If you've invested in this stock, if you're a trader, I can't help you. I'm not a day trader. It's taking a while to download. So the stock is 38.5, 290,000 shares. They're going to try to make you want to vomit this position. They are going to make you, oh my God, it's 10 months, it's nothing but red. You don't know anything. You're flying blind. You don't have information. They're just going to punish you. If you sell now, you're going to regret it. But maybe it is saying something. Maybe it's saying that Corey's an idiot. And the company, like the guy yesterday wanted you to believe, that the company is going to issue to buy the AIP companies, just like Brent's son, the naive son. They're going to issue 1 billion shares to buy the first AIP revenue. And then the next one, they're going to issue 3 billion shares. And then the next one, they're going to issue 5 billion shares. And it doesn't matter how much revenue they come in, this is going to be a 5-cent stock. Maybe that's what the price is telling you. I think you have to realize that that's the game plan of the criminals. So you understand the game plan. You got that right. You got that right. But this isn't MULN, MMAT. Fill in the blank. It isn't one of those. What is it? It's a stock since February 11th that is missing knowledgeable, well-heeled buyers in Canada. They're missing. October 8th, we got an announcement that Railtown had entered into a amalgamation agreement. And again, in the headline, it said MOU to buy digital. MOU automatically sets the computers to selling. But what's missing? Knowledgeable, well-heeled, major buyers out of Canada. Totally missing. They're on strike. Or they're in the penalty box. Or they're in temporary they're in the locker room. They're getting bandaged up while the game is played. So we found out on October 8th that on October 6th, the company had filed that they had purchased AIP Partners They also filed a 102-page amalgamation agreement. They also filed a 4-page voting form that AIP shareholders had to vote. It's unclear with me whether in Canada it's a percentage of shares or a percentage of shareholders, but it didn't matter. In one of the sentences, it said that they were going to convert, I think it was the VFA agreement, to a unanimous vote to approve that. That came out on October 8th. Here we are, November 8th. In the body of the agreement, it said there can be no assurance that this deal is going to get done. Don't believe anything we wrote in the posting. Legal get out of jail free card if you invested on this and you lost money. Hey, we put it in there. There was no assurance because we're good attorneys. We're not business women, but we're attorneys. So it was a big dud. I would submit to you, although I don't know, that anybody who signed a CA, an NDA, CA, over the last 9 months, based on information that they heard or might be believed to have heard on the plans of Railtown prior to the purchase of AIP, the plans of AIP prior to being sold to Railtown, and the joint efforts, I would submit to you those CAs after the October 8th announcement remained in effect. Because that announcement, I think, was welcome in the sense it was better than nothing. But that announcement said that we've agreed to buy AIP and another company, but there can be no assurance that it's going to happen, and we need a vote. So the stock went down. But what else happened? Those people couldn't buy. That's my opinion. Well, you don't know that. See, you're flying blind. It's time for the company to say something. Well, okay, maybe. But I think the evidence is there that the buyers are still on the sideline. So I don't think that AIP announcement on October 8th unleashed the hounds. So where are we now? Where are we now? It's a month after that October 6th filing. Where are we now? I cannot, it's inexplicable to me. Maybe it's not the attorneys. They're great. They're just wonderful, that law firm. And those young attorneys, they know what they're doing. It's all perfect. Maybe it's something else. Regulators. Maybe Canada's having a hangover from Trudeau stepping down and they feel jilted because Trudeau's dating a woman that kissed a girl and liked it. I don't know what goes on up in Canada. Canada in general is slow. We can agree on that. But what's happened since October 6th to now as regard buying? Nothing. 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 Now, Friday, in the 102-page agreement, must have been written by a different attorney than the one that wrote the press release, and must have maybe been a different attorney than wrote the voting form. But in the document, 102 pages I showed you, it said, somebody else showed it to me, one of you guys, it said that on the 25th day at 12:01 a.m., after the filing, which was October 6th, the deal's done. The deadline, it's finished. So that was this past Friday. That was great. That passed with no bad news. Friday passed with nothing going wrong with that deal. So that was great. That's number one. That was a real positive. Monday, Rebecca Kurzweil comes out and does a fantastic job on behalf of the company and shareholders in interviewing Dr. Tom Core. Dr. Core did a good job as well, a very good job. It was informative. And there was a lot of information in there. But hey, why didn't the stock go up? What's missing? What's missing in Canada? What's missing? The big buyers are still missing. Why would the stock go up? They're going to punish the stock with automatic computer selling. They're going to punish it every day, and they're going to push their bet, push their bet, push their bet. And today it's 290,000 shares. The high on the day is 39.93. The low is 36. 3 cents. Let's say 200,000 shares at 2.5 cents. It's $5,000. They don't have to do anything. It's relentless. It never stops. Yeah, but it's always red. It's always red. It's always red. There's something wrong with the company. Why isn't the CEO doing something? Well, Friday, I think the clock started, and it was good that the deal hadn't blown up by that Friday. Monday, Rebecca and Tom Core had an excellent interview that had information that was fantastic for us as investors. Tuesday, I kind of think out of left field, a $30 billion company announced that they've entered, just to cut through all the chase of it, and maybe bleeding into this third good thing, they basically entered into a collaboration, a revenue sharing agreement with TELUS. Bloody awesome. But it wasn't much of a press release, was it? Didn't explain revenue, didn't talk about, but it was great that it came out. But why didn't the stock go up? It's got to be telling you something's wrong. Corey's an asshole. He doesn't know what he's doing. It's terrible. I mean, if TELUS, nothing happened. You've been told for months that there's going to be buyers and that this is a great story. Where is it? Where is it? Well, I guess you can't see the good when you don't believe, number one, and belief is a bad thing to have when you're investing, I guess. And if you're relying on, hey, I've been doing this for 30 years, and when stocks go red, there's something wrong. Don't you think that's what the shorts want you thinking? Every single day this stock has been in the green. By the end of the day, they get it down by selling security entitlements. They don't sell you anything, but they change the supply and demand. And part of it's legal. So TELUS, I think it was we'll read it again maybe now, but TELUS was a great announcement. Fantastic. Would you rather that Railtown announced another Uniserve or announced that they were doing a revenue deal with Ignite, or that they had signed an agreement with Brayett? They announced all those things, but what does that mean? They entered into a collaboration with TELUS. You and I've never heard of them. Telecom, who've built at least one, if not two, data centers specifically to house NVIDIA bricks to use Canadian energy and Canadian renewable energy and Canadian cold water and Canadian government support, and this campaign to have everything in Canada to become a world power in AI compute. I hate the word. computing power. And they announced that Tuesday. Well, why isn't the stock up? Obviously, it's a bad announcement. It means shit. They haven't announced revenue. There's no revenue. The company's going to have to dilute shares to buy AIP. Nothing is ever coming done. Nothing. There's nothing here. It's just 10 months of red. I don't want to support myself in my horrible treatment of the two attorneys, but there is a price to pay. There is a price to pay, and we're paying that price in the form of delay. Does it change the story? Does it ruin the story? I don't think so. But if you allow, the stock's telling you something. If it's so great, it would be up. If that TELUS deal was good, if there were any revenues, this stock price is telling you they're going to dilute their shares. It is? What was it telling you when it was 70 cents? All right, so Friday, they passed the deadline with flying colors. Monday, Rebecca did an excellent interview with Dr. Tom Core. Tuesday, great news with TELUS, although I would submit we need to hear more about it. And then Wednesday/Thursday, we got a fantastic corporate presentation that is chock full of great news. Yeah, well, why isn't the stock up? Corey's, they're a bunch, they don't know what they're doing. They're not doing the right thing first. They got to get it done, and they're going to dilute. I'm just asking you a question. You don't have to talk down to me. No, you're here to scare people. They're in the middle of a trade. They want to blow it down so they can cover probably 100 to as many as 400,000 shares that they've taken a new position in, so they can make 25 grand while you ruin your financial future. Please don't pay attention to this right now other than buying stock. All right. So yesterday, and you might argue it was, I don't know when they uploaded this exactly. But sort of Wednesday, Thursday, they put this out. This is fantastic. And what happened last night? Railtown announced November 6th, Railtown AI Technologies announces intention to complete the amalgamation with AI Partnerships Corp. Yeah, but if it's good news, the stock's just in the red. It's the CEO's fault. It's not the system. It's not the relentless computer programming. It's not the fact that the buyers are still on strike. It's because there's something wrong. I got to get out of the stock. Well, that's one approach. Another approach is to say, damn it, I'm in another annoying situation, but I'm willing to wait, because from Friday, we've had 4 great things. We passed Friday, Rebecca, TELUS, the presentation, and now this is the 5th thing, this news release. Railtown AI Technologies, a leader in Canadian-built artificial intelligence solutions, is pleased to announce that it intends. Now, see, that's when computers can start selling automatically. Intends isn't completion, so let's start pressing it. Let's do the only one thing we know how to do. If we can get the price to 20 cents, maybe we can bust this deal up, because 50 million shares won't get it done. It'll have to be 125 million shares, and maybe they will walk away and the stock will collapse, and we can cover our brilliant society benefiting trade at pennies a share. It's the same game plan. You fall for it every time. The difference is Railtown has a way out. Railtown has a way out. None of these other stocks have a way out. Genius Brands doesn't have a way out. But Railtown has a way out. But let's keep reading. So intends, right here, intends, that's not a great word for us. That gets computers selling. Intends, the computers have artificial intelligence, and so this is an announcement to the computers that the deal's not done. So they keep selling to try to break it up. But there's information in this deal, in this announcement, that's good. There's also typical lawyer crap in it, but let's keep reading it. Railtown is pleased to announce that it intends to complete its previously announced, so it's an announcement about an announcement to the computers. It intends to complete its previously announced proposed, there's another word the computers are going to start selling on, to the tune of 300,000 shares. Its proposed amalgamation transaction with AI Partnerships Corp. There's the good news. On November 14th, we now know the deal is going to close on the 14th. It's a week away. But the computers, unfortunately, the company, every which way the CEO turns, he loses, because he has to file this. He has to let you know the status. But to the computers, intends, and proposed, those are reasons to sell, and you're seeing it today. It's all automatic, by the way. It's not a human being doing it. The transaction will close pursuant to an amalgamation agreement as amended. That's kind of not the definitive words you want to see. Entered into among the company, a wholly owned subsidiary of the company, and AIP. The subsidiary, I believe, is this I can't remember the name of it, but the third party in the amalgamation. Digital, as previously announced on October 8th. So this is a month later, November 6th. Under terms of the transaction, Railtown will acquire all the outstanding shares of AIP from holders thereof in exchange for 50 million common, representing a ratio of 2.52 Railtown shares to 1 share of AIP. I'm skipping some of the other wording because they're going to issue the 50 million shares. All this clawback crap, it's not going to happen. On a pro rata basis, I'm going to try to skip all of that. They're issuing 50 million shares, except right here, they might take back part of 1 million shares, for costs or if they find something wrong. But you can ignore all these milestones. I'm not going to bore you with it. But the key thing is some of it goes out 36 months, 18 months, the milestones are so puny, it's going to happen. Let's not get buried in it. And then it goes in these stages right here. 10% of 4/5. Let's not get buried in all of it. So then it just means it's coming out in stages, which is good for all of you who think that this is some sort of insider scam. So they get stock at 50 cents and they're going to sell it at 38 cents. The amalgamation agreement was negotiated at arm's length. So this might be an explanation of why it took so long. It might not be the attorneys. It might be this negotiation. These guys might have, and women might have gotten paid. Who knows? But the amalgamation agreement was negotiated at arm's length between representatives of Railtown and AIP. In connection with the execution of the amalgamation agreement and in support of the transaction, shareholders of AIP holding approximately 51.24%, the majority of the outstanding shares of AIP, have entered into voting support agreements with Railtown and with AIP in support of the transaction. Now, here we go with the legal crap that's going to get the sellers selling. They're going to still try to break up this deal. They're going to still get you scared. They're going to still set their computers on automatic sell. Here come the lawyers, trained at whatever school, and they know what they're doing because they're 29 years old and they're a partner. But in defense of them, all attorneys try to put this crap in here because it protects their law firm from lawsuits. Completion of the transaction is subject to a number of conditions, including but not limited to the approval of the transaction from the Canadian Securities Exchange. Do you think they're going to break it up now? And receipt of required shareholder approval by AIP. Do you think they've made this announcement before they got that approval? But here comes the thing that the AI in the computer selling programs pick up on. There can be no assurance that the transaction will be completed as proposed at all. Now, let me explain to you that. That opens the gate to the sellers. Why don't we get the stock to 15 cents so that instead of issuing 50 million shares, they have to issue 200 million shares? And we limit the risk to our short position, which reportedly could be as large as 50 million. We limit the risk because the per share benefit of this merger is destroyed. And then when they roll up other companies, by the time they're done, they're like Northwest Biosystems with 4 billion shares outstanding. That's their strategy. And that's why they come on and boo you. That's why they get the stock in the red every day, so you think it's going to work. I'm here to tell you it's not going to work. Well, then why is the stock price up? Can I hear why the stock price isn't up? Oh, the buyers are waiting. They're not released from their CAs and their NDAs until this deal is completed. Well, look at this. There is no assurance that the transaction will be completed as proposed or at all. So if they've signed NDAs, if they've signed cover your asses, if they signed non-competes and CAs, they're not released yet. They're not released yet. They're not released yet. Railtown AI Technologies is dedicated to transforming the way agentic software is built, deployed, and scaled. Through its intelligent AI frameworks and observability solutions, Railtown believes it empowers companies and developers to quickly build and deploy agentic solutions while simultaneously providing observability into agent health, reliability, and performance. About AI Partnerships Corp. AI Partnerships Corp was formed in 2020 with the goal of establishing a worldwide affiliate network of AI as a service-based companies that are focused on providing AI-based solutions in a select number of sectors. These sectors include healthcare, manufacturing, supply chain, and fintech, as well as sector-agnostic AI development tools and applications. AI has established a network of over 180 software as a solution-based AI affiliates, each an AIP affiliate, primarily headquartered in North America. Somebody sent me this, Ward did, Ward Richardson. Yes, Railtown plans to hold an annual and general special meeting on November 12th in Vancouver. Well, the announcement they filed, and I'll show you that in a second, contradicts this, but this is Perplexity. Railtown's AI annual general meeting and special meeting on November 12th will be held at 9 a.m. In Vancouver. Well, I don't know what to make of that because I'll show you. I'll show you one thing. On October 31st, Railtown filed via SETR the annual general meeting, record date today, Monday, the X date is today, with the meeting date set for December 17th, 2025. So I don't know which to believe, Perplexity or what the company filed via SETR on October 31st. I think you should be buying Railtown stock. I think you should be ignoring those voices in your head that are telling you that if all this news is really as good as you're saying, why is the stock down? The sellers do not care about information. They are in the middle of their own short selling strategy. It works 999 times out of 1,000. So they're going to keep doing it. I think today's news is fantastic. Actually, it came out last night. Because next Friday, the deal will be closed. Yeah, but it says there's no assurance. That's legalese. They would not announce it if they don't already have it closed. That's cover your ass wording so the law firm doesn't get sued by investors if investors lose money. But lawyers don't take risks. That's why the Orioles suck. the Yankees did great because Steinbrenner took risks. So that press release is a battle between the business women and men at Railtown versus the lawyer men and lawyer women at the brokerage firm, at the legal firm. Well, we can't say that. We got to say it's not going to get done. Well, we got to announce something. Well, we can't say that it's going to get done. So they announce it the way they announce it, and the shorts sell it off on the Friday so that you're scared shitless. So you say to yourself, there's something wrong with the company. That Corey doesn't know what the hell he's doing. They're a bunch of buffoons. They had 10 months to do better than this. This is all they can do? They don't even have it closed yet? Well, that's one way to take it. I think it's unfair, but I understand it. I certainly understand it, but I think it's wrong. I think you have a battle between the law firm, who I would fire tomorrow, although they did good documents. I think they did good documents, but hell, I could do a good term paper of 100 pages if I did one page every 3 days, every 4 days. I'm sorry the stock is down today. I'm sorry it's unpleasant. I'm sorry that 310 shares of probably 310,000, I'd say probably 70–80% of it's all fake on the sell side. But it could be some real sellers in there. They're going to win. They know human psychology. And I'm here, even smart people, even people who have made fortunes and run businesses and dealt with the markets and been screwed by bankers and liars. They get fooled by this. I would tell you if I saw something wrong. I don't know how I'd tell you, because if we all sold, we'd be helping the shorts. But I would tell you, I would certainly tell you, I think this is the greatest buying opportunity ever. It's better than buying it in June because you know everything and you're only paying 40 cents. You know everything. You know, why isn't the stock up? It will be. It'll be up. One day you're going to open up your computer and the stock maybe trades at 69 cents because there's a little resistance there. And the stock opens, I don't know, 89, 95 cents. But immediately it's trading over $1. And maybe the computers come on and it's trading $1.25, $1.05, $1.30. And maybe that happens for a while, and maybe it gets back down to 90 cents. Closes the day, even though it was $1.30, it closes the day at 98 cents because the computers are still on. That's possible. But it'll be twice the price of here. And you go, darn it, I should have bought it. I shouldn't have sold it. And if you sold it, you're not going to buy back. You're going to be waiting for it to pull back. You'll never get back in. If you don't buy here and it's 90 cents, unlikely you're going to buy at 90 cents. So your best decision is to buy the stock today, add to your position today, even though you're angry, even though you're pissed off. It's been 10 months of red, which is an exaggeration. But it's been a sucky 10 months. I think the 10 months could have been contracted into 90 days, subject to that negotiating thing we just read about, if they had a different law firm. But I don't know that. I really don't know that. It could be that, I mean, they've announced TELUS. Maybe what happened is they were negotiating with TELUS, and TELUS said, hey, hold off before you announce that. Let's get our deal done first. I don't know. We just don't know. And that's part of the frustration, which I think is justifiable as a frustration, that we don't know this stuff. But what I think's unjustifiable is blaming the company or questioning the fundamental story. I think that's unjustifiable. Yeah, it sucks. It's been 10 months. This was originally, when I understood the story a year ago, this could have been a story wrapped up in 6 months, but that was before the AIP deal. So it sucks that they bought AIP. It just really sucks. But on the other hand, they've gained control of 183 companies, whatever it said in that announcement I just read. They've gained control of those. That's like a corral of turkeys. You can pick which turkey you want to take out of the corral, snap its neck, take the feathers off, and cook for a feast at any time. You don't have to do it today. You don't have to do it next month. You don't have to do it for Christmas. You can do it for Martin Luther King's Day, or you can do it for Valentine's Day. Why? Because they're all in the corral. There's no urgency. No urgency. We are now at 15,093,125 shares. That is awesome. You guys don't know how powerful you are if you'll just hold on. Don't allow this negative criminal activity, evil activity, to shake you out. The stock price is not telling you anything, other than there's manipulation that goes on and the buyers are absent. It's been that way since February 11th, and I submit to you it'll be that way until November 14th. And I hope that the weekend is enough time from the regulator's standpoint to allow insiders, people in possession of material, non-public information, whales, institutions, large shareholders, research analysts. I hope that November 15th and November 16th, Saturday and Sunday, is long enough that on November 17th, buying can begin. But I don't know that. Maybe those CAs and NDAs and cover your ass and hold standstill agreements and don't you bloody well buy any shares until the AIP deal is finished. Maybe it's got a window on it afterwards. 24 hours, 1, 2, 3 trading days. But I would guess by the 19th, you're going to start seeing buying come in. Well, you said that before. Your information sucks. Okay, maybe my information sucks. But I'm standing my ground. You should be buying this stock. This is all illusion. This is all fake. This isn't real. And they don't care about you. They're not telling you anything. I am. They're not telling you anything. Oh, there's no revenues. They should be announced. Why? Why should Corey be putting his deal with TELUS at risk, for example? Or why should he put anything out there before the AIP deal is done? just because you're pissed off, I'm pissed off? I don't think that's what he should do. I think he should be focused on 4 things, which we found out yesterday. I think Corey should be focusing on 4 things. Finding a new law firm. No, I'm kidding. I shouldn't blame that law firm. The documents are really good. So I shouldn't blame them. But it's just pressure release. It's just releasing stress, I guess. So I think Corey should focus on 4 things. 1, closing the AIP deal. 2, doing whatever the deal with TELUS is supposed to be so he can announce to us what it means. We don't know what it means. We have some ideas, which I'll go through. But he's got to really get that. And I don't know how much control he has over a semi-government run organization. Up in Canada, remember, the government, it's very socialist up there. I think it's socialist down here. We just don't know it. The third thing he should be working on, in my judgment, is other revenue deals. All the revenue deals in his hopper and more. He should be going down every lead, every company that showed interest, and booking that revenue. I don't need to know about it. He needs, and that's the 4th thing, he needs to go out and tell the story to the institutions in Canada and the research analysts. The thing about research analysts, if you tell the story to a research analyst, you magnify your efforts. So you can, as a CEO, you can focus on the institutions and the big investors, whales. The research takes care of everybody else. So the 4th thing is to tell his story. And I think Friday was a big last Friday is a big step forward because the deadline passed without the deal exploding. Monday was a big step forward because Rebecca Kurzweil got Dr. Tom Core to express things beyond his script that helps us know, I think, a couple of things. They're going to focus on Railtown first, and they're not going to be rolling up an AI network company at these prices. Those 2 things came out. But that was a great interview. Tuesday, we got the TELUS news. It's barely 3 days later. I think we can all admit that we read that news excitingly. It's exciting. But then we're kind of like, well, what does it mean? So I think TELUS has to tell us more. I think TELUS has to telephone, telegraph, tell us, and tell one. Then we got this, which is, I'm telling you, this is really good. I know you're busy, but this has a lot in it. And then last night, we received a definitive deadline. I know it has all those wormy, wishy-washy words in it, covering the lawyers' asses and setting the selling abuzz. But we found out that AIP is going to be purchased by Railtown, date certain. Yeah, but it says there's no certainty and there can be no assurance. Do you recognize boilerplate words? We know a date certain. Next Friday, AIP's purchased. What happens on that day? I just want to show you one thing. Can't find it. What happens the day AIP is purchased? Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding it. I'll find it. Here it is. Right here. What happens the day AIP is purchased? Now, I just thought of something. Maybe there's more to the TELUS tie-up that needs to be resolved, but assuming that gets resolved, I assume they made the announcement. I assume it is resolved. There's a little wiggle room there, I'll admit to you. But they say opportunity here. I think it's definite. That's just, again, legalese, because you're not allowed to say definite things anymore. But when AIP is owned by Railtown, it'll be November 14th. I'm sure the first phone call will be to TELUS and to Tom Core. Congratulations. When can we start moving the agents which are hosted on other people's hyperscalers? When can we start moving those over to TELUS's new AI digital factory in Kissimmee, Quebec, eh? That'll be the first order of business on Friday. And here's what it is. They will move acquired, in other words, rolled up companies, but also non-acquired. So as of Friday, none of those companies will be acquired. None of them. But they'll roll up They will move non-acquired affiliates, agents, housed machines from other hyperscalers. They will move them, or start the process Friday. They will move the non-acquired affiliates who currently spend approximately $120 million a year with various hyperscalers to a common lower cost platform. Who do you think that is? Who do you think that common lower cost platform is? Do you think it's TELUS? Sovereign AI Factory? Obviously it's TELUS. And then It says here, shared compute revenue, conductor. They're moving their agentic frameworks, or whatever the hell term it is, from other hyperscalers, 128 million. It's probably more than that because there's more companies now. But they're going to move 128 million. I don't know how quickly. Is it a matter of calling your Maytag serviceman, or does it take weeks or months? But it'll be visible. It'll be known to institutions. It's coming. They're moving it over to the Railtown Technologies conductor framework, housed on TELUS with shared compute revenue. Let's pick one. I don't know. Should I use, what do you think sharing means? 50-50? I don't think so. 5%? I don't think that's right either. I don't know how high to go. I don't think it's 5%. Maybe 10%? Use 10%. That means visible to Railtown starting next Friday. Yeah, but it's down today. It's horrible today. And it's been 10 months of red. I can't wait till Friday. And you know on Friday it'll be down because they'll sell. We need revenue. We need revenue. Where's the revenue? It's trading right now like they're going to dilute the stock to buy AIP companies. Well, if you listen to Rebecca Kurzweil's excellent work, she got Dr. Tom Cord to admit that the turkeys are all sitting in the corral. We can fatten them up. We don't have to cull them. We don't have to go grab one for dinner tonight. We don't have to invite the neighbors for a feast next week. We can wait till next year. They're sitting in the corral. They're not going anywhere. I don't think they're going anywhere. Remember, these companies, these AIP companies, they're in the boat with every other startup out there. Hundreds, thousands of them. Fighting for attention from a few private pipelines of money, Wall Street, California, Chicago, who are going to pick who they make rich. They're going to pick who they make rich and take it from small all the way up to trillions before you can invest. Well, these guys and girls are facing that same competition. So what does Railtown offer to them? And AIP, by the way. When they join with it, they have an exit. They have capital, they have help, and they have access to participating as they bulk up Railtown. They have access to participating in what I think is a buyout. They can't do it out on their own. So they have a choice. Are we gonna allow ourselves to be rolled up, or are we gonna be out on our own and rolled over? All right, let me see if I can. Account settings just sent me something. Guess he was tired of listening to me. Oh, TELUS had their quarterly. I don't know how to get in it. I guess I hit here. Lordy. What's my first name? William. What's my last name? Farron. What's my email? Ah, do you know I gave up watching Novak Djokovic win today? All for you. All for you, I did it. You know, that guy yesterday said I shouldn't um, talk down to him. I forget what the guy, John. He said, because you're trying to get people to buy this stock. That's, I guess that's technically true, but I'm not paid by the company. I'm not trying to do this as, as far as I can tell. It's hard to tell, it's hard to tell, it's hard to tell when all your love's in vain.
I would like to introduce your speaker, Robert Mitchell. Please go ahead.
55 minutes?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Our third quarter 2025 results news release, MD&A financial statements, and detailed supplemental investor information.
I'm not going to make you listen to 55 minutes. Let me see if he told me. Telus has mentioned Railtown in their earnings call today. I'm not going to play 55 minutes of their earnings call now to you. Maybe the gentleman can let me know. Um, 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 I guess they're posting on Twitter that I've lost my mind and that I'm going wild on Railtown. I guess as long as they spell my name correctly. And as long as they spell Railtown correctly, so you know what the symbol is, so you can go buy it. Anyway, if you guys go to Telus, you can listen to their webcast. It's an hour on earnings, and in it, Railtown is mentioned. I don't think it's worth listening to a bloody hour of Telus bureaucrats talking about what they're doing. The volume is now 412,000 shares. Last trade, 73,000 shares at 41. 73,000 shares at 41. That's a buy. It's not a sell. I mean, all trades have buy and selling. 73,000. What do you think that means? I don't know. I don't know what it means. But one day you're going to wake up and see I've gone. And I'll follow the sun. You'll look. All right. Trying to think what else I wanted to tell you before I go to your comments. I think this presentation tells you more than you realize. I don't think it's going to show up in the stock price in one day. I think it's going to take a while for Corey to go through this presentation with big buyers. But one day you're going to show up, this stock will be up $1. And you'll say, darn it, I should have been buying. I woulda, shoulda, coulda. I could have been a contender, you're going to say. Estelle, I could have been a contender, Stella. But you're going to be lost thinking that all it's been for 10 months is red. And the stock's telling you that they're going to dilute the stock to buy AIP. They're not. You heard that on Monday. That's why Rebecca's interview was so good. You heard it. The turkeys are all in a gated, fenced-in farm area with a barn, and they're not going anywhere. They're going to get fatter and fatter and fatter, and they don't need to be brought to the table, the dinner table, in November, in December. They can wait. So I predicted 70 cents November 5th, and I predicted $1.10 November 12th. We also have Veterans Day. I think that's a day off. I don't know. It is for banks. So maybe starting today through Wednesday, Wall Street's going to be pretty quiet. I don't know. But before I start and I will just now, I just want you to know everything I've just said is all by way. It's not critical. I'm not making fun of anybody. But it's all by way of telling you, I really think today and the next few days are your last chance to buy. I know I've said it before, but you know what goes on in the background. The stock price is not telling you anything. I guess one of the other things that was in this report, and I won't show you mine. If you show me yours, it's going to be a sad day when Willie Nelson joins the choir invisible. I can't find it. Here it is. I'm not going to go through it because I want to get to your comments. But in this presentation, I showed you conductor is better than rail lang chain. Conductor is better than lang chain. We can probably agree it's at least as good. Lang chain's last valuation from the geniuses on the private equity side and the investment banking side of Wall Street as recently as last month, 1.25 billion. If Railtown were to go just to that level, and you assume 250 million in shares, I'm not sure that's what it'll be, but if Railtown went just to an equivalency with the brains on Wall Street, with the money, without the restriction of AI, this period of time, in the United States, US money, that's a $5 target on the stock. I think Railtown is mispriced. We can't help but look at the stock price each morning because we believe the stock price tells us something. And oftentimes it does. I'm not disagreeing with that. But in my opinion, Railtown is mispriced. It should be $5, $4, $5. And as soon as this story starts being told by Corey and the rest of the team to the people and investors that matter in Canada, and they're free to buy the stock. We haven't achieved that yet, I don't think. You're not going to be able to buy the stock at 40 cents. And if you're selling, you're going to regret it. So to summarize my last hour and a half, do not sell, buy, add, accumulate all you can. You're going to regret it if you don't follow my opinion, my strategy. Obviously, it's not personal advice to any one of you. I don't know your status, so I can't give financial advice. I don't have a fiduciary responsibility. I'm not engaged by you, so this is opinion, of course, as ever, and they're going to try to show you that the stock. Who bought it? Who purchased 73,000 shares? Was that just a short who sold it at 45? Maybe. But I think it could also be a real buyer. All right, I'll go to the top. All right, I missed. Damn it, I lost. Hey, free stock. Pat, what did free stock say? Because free stock, this message is, darn it, I don't know why I lost all the messages. So free stock, if you said that you bought more shares, I don't have it. I'd love to have it because it would maybe increase our, where's my number? We're at 15,000,093. And if you bought more, I'd love to add it to this. So free stock, I do not see your number if you want to add it. Anybody that posted shares they bought before Pat's message, free stock you rock, I can't get them. They're completely gone. I don't know why. I just don't know why. But it's the fact. So free stock, I'd love it if you'd post it again. 1205. Go Railtown. Absolutely go Railtown. Hey, we're in the green now. But the bid's still down. So let's not get too excited. Free stock. Pat M, you rock as well. Free stock alerts. William, from here on out, I'll match share for share whoever shares their recent orders. I urge everyone that this is a great level to buy right now. All right, free stocks. I'm going to read that again. Free stock alerts says, William, from here on out, I'll match share for share whoever shares their recent orders. I urge everyone that this is a great level to buy right now. That's awesome. Free stock alerts. If you put a new update, I'm missing it. So just so you know. Red Pepperoni, good morning. Red Pepperoni. All right. That's great. Your order went off. See, that's what you got to do. So I'm going to write that down. And I'm Almost Legend is going to let me know that my prognosticative ability is really poor. Is your frustrating stemming from the text you got about Railtown being in the red for 11 months? Yeah, probably. I thought you'd be in a more positive mood. I am in a positive mood, I'm Almost Legend, but I'm also in a fighting mood because this is not the time to have wobbly knees or be scared or pissed off or doubting that this is a great story. That's my opinion. So I'm in a fighting mood. But I understand that people who have been burned, followed stocks forever, and feel like Tony Two Toes gets greater access to the company than I do. I can understand, well, the stock's telling you something. I'm fighting back on that. But I am in a great mood. But it disappoints me to it's very human to just say, oh, this sucks. It's been 11 months of suckiness. But I beg your pardon. I never promised you a rose garden. Along with the sunshine, there has to be a little rain sometimes. You got to look before you leap. Still waters run deep, and there won't always be someone there to pull you out. So you better think it over. Yeah, I'm sorry that after seeing the announcement today, I'm almost legend. I'm not going to take the Lord's name in vain. Who are you lecturing and yelling at today, Sir William? Wouldn't all that energy be directed at positive reasons we should be buying? Yeah, I think you make a good point. Steve, dang it, didn't know you were live, Uncle Bill. Steve, sold more paper silver to see if you can see my order on these Black Friday prices. Good for you, Steve. Good for you, Steve. All right, let me go back to I'm Almost Legend. Wouldn't all that energy be best directed at positive reasons we should be buying? And what could happen soon? I'm sure you'll get to it after you get your frustration out. I just thought today would have a more positive effect on your tone, though I do understand. I'm Almost Legend. I should work on my tone and my professionalism. But I'm just tired. I guess my frustration is, although I understand it, we all know what goes on in these low price stocks. I personally think Railtown doesn't belong here. I think Railtown should be $5 tomorrow. But the problem is they've only just begun to tell their story. There's a lot of good in here. I mean, I just thought of one thing you could do. You could take that 128 million announced in revenue sharing. You go to the fully diluted cap table of 172.5, add the 50 million, that's 222.5. So you could take, I don't know, 10%, 20%, 15%, an eighth. I like an eighth. Let's take an eighth. So 128 million. And we don't know, but we know there's a revenue sharing agreement, and we know that's going to grow. We know there's more companies signed up, but let's just take that and we'll multiply it by an eighth as their revenue sharing part. So that's $16 million out of the gate from this TELUS tie-up that we know about. It's in the press release. All we don't know is what is the revenue share. I don't think it's going to be less than 10%, but I don't know. I think it'll be more than 10%. So if I go to an eighth, that's 12.5%. That even seems small, but I don't know what the revenues arrangement could be. But if we take that, you can adjust it, and we divide it by 225 million shares, that's 7 cents a share in nearly, I would imagine, nearly 100% margin revenue, 7 cents per share. What multiple could you put on it? Do you put 200? No. Do you put 150x? Probably not. Do you put 100x? Maybe. Do you put 75x? Probably. Do you put 50x? Definitely, most definitely. But let's just use 35x of SoundHound, who doesn't make any money. Let's see what that is at 35x. That's $2.48 a share. At 35x time, if you take an eighth times the revenue that, look, let me go through it. I'll show it to you again. I'm not making the number up. Let me highlight it with a different color. Oh, maybe I got it wrong. I said 128. It's 120. That's just eyesight. So it's 120 million. That revenue is going to be moved from the other hyperscalers to TELUS, and Railtown's going to get a piece of it. So let's use 120 million, not 128. That's just a divided by, no, times an eighth. That's my guess at the revenue sharing. That's 15 million in revenue from that. It's in here. The revenue, it's calculable. It's here. It's here. And I bet it's 100% margin, maybe 95% margin on that, because it's just a revenue sharing. The cost is borne by TELUS. So if you divide that by 225 million shares, it's actually 0.066666666666666666666666666666. You get the idea. It's 6.67 cents per share in pure revenue, pure cash flow. Almost 100% margin revenue just from this. It's in the presentation, just with the tie-up of TELUS. How long does it take to transfer over? Do they transfer all of them? Sure. I think you can count on all of them coming over, because that's one of the things they offer to the companies, along with a conductor platform. So if we, let me just write down that number. 0.066666. If we compare it to Langchain, who is estimated to annualize revenue for this year that we're in between 12 and 16 million dollars. And if we take the high of that, 16 million, so I'm conservative, the valuation the brains on Wall Street gave the private company, who does not have to deal with shorting, does not have to deal with periods where the CEO can't talk to anybody, doesn't have to deal with full disclosure rules. Let's say it's 16 million. The thing is, I don't know how many shares are outstanding, but I know that the company was valued in the most recent round, 125 million. I showed it to you, at 1.25 billion. We'll divide it by 16 million, which I'm not sure they're there, but let's do that. That's a 78 multiple. So let's just, for giggles and kicks, use 78 multiple times 0.0666666666666666666666. That's $5.20 a share. Just based on this revenue that's in this document, the only thing I guessed at is what's the revenue sharing. If you want to say an eighth is too high, and say that 6% is a better number, we'll take half of that. It's a $2.60 stock, just on the revenue that you can extrapolate from this document. So the story's getting out there. It's just, my opinion is, institutions can't buy up in Canada yet because the AIP deal isn't finished. It's my opinion. Steve, I just want to say I trust you. I wish Tom Core had a lot more excitement. Anything. I wish we could vote you onto the board. Let's go, our team. No, I think Tom did a really good job yesterday, Monday. I think what you saw, Steve, is they're being very careful. I don't blame them. I really don't blame them. I have some high targets that I've given you, Steve, on what the company could be purchased for. I could be wrong by a huge magnitude. It could be, they could sell the company to TELUS, who I would think would be the low bid, but they could sell the company to TELUS, let's say in February, I don't know, for $20 a share, TELUS stock, which would disappoint me. But it would at least be quick. And my point being, they don't want to do anything to screw that up. They are clearly listening to their attorneys and listening to the regulators and probably listening to TELUS. So they're being very careful. So what I think you saw was Dr. Tom Core was constrained with what he could say. And I believe what you saw with him, I don't know, it's like this. Right now, I think I'm looking at the computer, but if I spent the whole time like this, Rail Tax ADK is a student community version of our enterprise conductor ADK designed for Canadian universities, supports AI education. If I did that, you wouldn't be that excited. But I think he did that because he had to stay on script. And that's why I think Rebecca did a great job of getting him to open up a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit, enough. And I think there was excitement in Dr. Kaur's voice. And Steve, I also don't, and I heard that I may have offended the good Lord by being upset, but I really don't think we deserve information just to have information so that we feel better. I think the company is being very careful not to screw up what I think is going to be a buyout. And I know that sounds crazy, but and I guess there's no confirmation of that. But Corey, in his presentations, has said that they are the first mover. What I gather, what I gleaned from his presentations twice, they're the first to solve this problem too. They may be the only mover. Lang Chang, I see that. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm not sure Lang Chang does the same thing. It does some of it, but not all of it. So I plead ignorance to that. But Corey also pointed out to us, Steve, that this is a $300 billion annual spend. He didn't say it's a weekly spend. He didn't say you're going to find out about it at 9 a.m. tomorrow. He said it's a $300 billion annual spend by companies to upgrade their software, and Railtown's in the heart of it. I mean, the potential revenues are gigantic. Now, Railtown is going to be competing with Lang Chang, but they're also going to be competing with the Wall Street private equity guys and the bankers who can raise all the money they want. They don't have this problem, an asshole getting upset or shorting. They don't have that problem. So they can raise all the money they want. They can go hire talent, and they could take a company like Lang Chang and replicate maybe what Railtown has. It might take a year, it might take a couple of years. They could throw money at it. So that Railtown, if Railtown stays on its own, could be competing with well-funded, let's make it up, Lang Chang. So there's a benefit for Railtown to being bought out. If a Microsoft were to buy Railtown, and I know it sounds preposterous, but if they were to pay, I don't know, $60, $80 in Microsoft stock, what Microsoft would bring to Railtown is money, capacity, technology. And nobody could beat Railtown at that point. Of course, it would be a Microsoft company then, or it could be a Constellation company. So I think, Steve, that Dr. Tom Kaur is following a script for the time being, which I take as a good sign, not a bad sign. And I think the two assumptions I made here, one is an eighth. It could be less than that. But we know the revenue's coming. It's in the presentation. The other assumption I make is Well, I don't know if it's much of an assumption. I think the deal will be completed on Friday. So in that context, I'm assuming, I guess that makes it an assumption, that a bunch of the buyers are still unable to buy until the AIP deal is finished. So, I'm almost legend, though I do understand what's at the core of your frustration. Well, I'm sure I come across as frustrated, but I'm also just digging in my heels. And yes, I sit here. There's no one to talk to. You know, I had my coffee, and it's just the grind day in and day out of red, red, red after it goes up. I mean, there's 412,000 shares here for sale, and if you want to be, and I'm not saying it's bad to be, but if one wants to be negative, go, God, it's red. But I look at this, I see 412,000 shares, probably 375,000 of it, although there might be some real in there, some stop limit orders, because they broke the 200-day moving average. That's all they're trying to do. They're trying to trigger the selling from breaking the 200-day moving average. But when I look at it, I go, wow, someone bought 421,000 shares. So I might be hopelessly blinded by my own views, but I see no reason to change my views. And I think it's a shame that this activity is allowed to go on. I think at a minimum, they should take away the high frequency trade. If they're going to take away the buyers, the Merrill Lynch rule under $5, take away high frequency trading at a minimum. Bring back the uptick rule at a minimum. Disclose, have disclosure who's doing this. And you know what would be amazing? Take away the hypothecation and rehypothecation of any stock under $5. That would stop them from selling. You know, if you had a rule that Wall Street cannot hypothecate or rehypothecate stock under $5, they wouldn't do it to stocks at 6 or 7 either, because if they extended all that stock out there and then the stock went under 5, they'd have to buy all that back. That one change, do not allow rehypothecate under, would bring back, I think, some sanity to these low-priced markets. But my frustration comes, we know what happens. We know it. And we also know here, I blame the attorneys, others blame Corey because he's a buffoon. He should have been working on this for 10 months. He should already have the votes in place. Why is it taking a month from the time they announced it, October 6th, to now? They're a bunch of idiots. I've seen this before. There are no revenues. It looks like they're just starting to get their revenues, and they didn't do anything. Well, that's one way of looking at it. I don't see it that way at all. I think they've been constrained by the fact that I blame the attorneys, but maybe it's the regulators, maybe it's the third party, and whatever it is. It took a long time to buy AIP, and it's not over. It's going to be over next Friday. Whatever the reason, it took a long time. And we're frustrated. The stock is red, and we blame Corey. I would blame Ann Wagner. I would blame the system. I would blame the shorts. I wouldn't blame Corey. But I don't know. I I might be hopelessly blinded. What did Bill Miko say? I forget what he said. I'm blinded by my. I don't remember what he said. Justin Babish, how about the terminology lockout period? Yeah, but it's not used. It's a good one, but it's not used by anybody. I would say, yeah, it's a good term. I don't know what term to use. What's the 200-day moving average? Let me show you at the risk of losing comments. Do you see that red line there, Pat? That's the 200-day moving average. Right here is the 200-day moving average. They broke it below the, I think it's the 20-day or 15-day, 20-day, the green line, and the 50-day, the blue line. They broke that. And then it came and found support directly on the 200 moving day average. But what they're trying to do today is break that down below. But I think if you can take your eyes horizontally this direction, what they're running into is the 200-day support isn't the only support here. If you go horizontally, there's support in the trading going back a year. So the stock hasn't broken down, but that's what they were trying to do. And Pat, what a lot of day traders do and swing traders, they put a stop loss order in just under or right at that 200-day moving average. So if these guys can cheat and coordinate, work with each other, sell stock that doesn't exist, and break it down below, I don't know what that number says, 39.30 maybe. If they can break it down below that, all of a sudden the stock trades down to 36 and the volume picks up. They pick off people with stop limit orders. This chart's not going to look like this. This is from a couple days ago. There will be a red line going below that, a red line vertical going below that red line 200-day moving average. And all the computers are set up to use the same things. They're all use the same things. Wow, Giuseppe. Good job, Giuseppe. This will be a red letter day, even though the stock's down. That's awesome. Good job. Good job. Tebow. Good day, everyone. Tebow, update me to 135,440. Done. Good job. Tebow, my order filled for 9,100. Awesome. Canadian. So you're up there supported. That's good. You're keeping the Canadian end up. Do you think Canadians have spies? Hey, so now what? Justin Babish. Thank God I have William to yell at me, to keep me on the right path. The only reason I'm aware of this once in a lifetime opportunity, understand with enough purpose to hold, is because of William, even though he's yelling at me. Justin Babish, William the Conqueror, Farrington. William the Conqueror. Maybe. I used to think William the Conqueror was, a pretty good name. Everybody has it. But I'm not sure he was such a great guy. Uh, I'd love to read a biography about him, but I'm not, from what I know, I'm not sure he was the greatest human being. But who knows? Who knows? Giuseppe, William the Great. I haven't killed anyone. Everyone in history that's called the Great kills a lot of people. You ever notice that? Justin Babish. If big tech giants like the ones on our acquisition list don't take over the company, they could take a stake and invest in RT. Yes. But what's going on yesterday, NVIDIA, or 2 days ago, NVIDIA sold off. And I guess that open chat person, I might have the wrong company, or I'm mixing the names together. But she suggested government subsidies, and another guy was grilled on a conference call. How does one of the companies commit to $1 trillion in spending when you only do 100 million or 150 million in revenue a year? So there was quite a bit of doubt yesterday in the technology story, the AI story, and that carried through maybe today. But one of the reasons the big giants would buy Railtown and other companies, it's not like Railtown's the only one they're going to buy, but they're going to buy them. Unlike Railtown right now, which I would argue is trading at a negative multiple to what seems to me to be visible just by reading that presentation. A company like NVIDIA, let me look up NVIDIA, the tattooed lady. My NVIDIA, the tattooed lady. So NVIDIA is currently trading at a PE ratio of 53 times earnings, which is reasonable if their earnings are growing at 50% a year. But I'm not a quant. I don't know what the research people say about that ratio. But Justin, that means that NVIDIA is trading at 53 times the value of its earnings. Well, one way to change that is to buy earnings. So you use your currency that's trading at 53 times earnings to come buy Railtown that's trading at a negative PE, although right now it's trading where it is because no one knows the E. But just go with me a bit. So you come in and you buy Railtown, and maybe you add $1 billion. Well, what are their earnings? I don't know the number of shares. So I can't figure it out quickly, and I don't want to. But you could buy Railtown, and if Railtown is going to get to 5% of that $300 billion market, you know, I mean, that's a big number. You would add 15 billion to your revenue line. And you know, as NVIDIA, you can wait. You're not impatient. And that's one way to buttress yourself against a sell-off, is use your high-priced stock, even though it's been higher priced, to acquire revenue. And they'll do that all. That's why there's an arms race going on. Giuseppe, curious, who is this telephone terrorist that calls and texts you negative thoughts before you're live? He's a good person. He's not a terrorist. I think he's just as frustrated as anybody out there. I totally understand his frustration. And I blame the bureaucratic side of Canada, whether that's the attorneys, the regulators, perhaps. I mean, we don't know what's in the TELUS arrangement yet, but maybe bureaucrats at TELUS too. I don't know. There's something slow about this whole process that has been unsatisfactory. And Giuseppe, one of the things that we have to, and I'm sure Corey's aware of it, particularly with the sell-off in technology over the last couple of days, they've burned through a lot of the time, a lot of this excitement time, by sitting in stall, sitting in neutral. I think behind the scenes they're working very hard, and I think, to me, this is how I interpret it. Now, if you're frustrated and legitimately been through all of this before and understand technology and understand what needs to be done, the last week could be, this week could be frustrating. But to me, again, the date of last Friday passed without a blow up. Monday, a great interview. Tuesday, I think a surprise. Fantastic collaboration with TELUS. It's not a company like Brayett, and Brayett, I'm sure, is a great company, but no one's heard of them, right? They've heard of TELUS. So I thought that was great. And then it might have been a little premature because it didn't say a whole lot, but it was great that it's out there. And then sort of Wednesday, Thursday, I just think a fantastic corporate presentation. There's so much in there. I don't know how they got it past the attorneys. And then today, or last night, they gave a definitive, a date certain, when we know the AIP deal is going to be completed. That's next Friday. That's fantastic. I think this week has been amazing. But if you're results oriented and you're not, prone to being, I don't know what, being, I wouldn't call myself a particularly optimistic person, but you're not prone to all the puffery of the story, maybe, and you just look at it, what did they do for 10 months? Where's the revenue? It should already be out. You've only got another, in the United States, you've probably only got another 3 to 4 weeks of the attention of Wall Street. Maybe less than that. You might only have 2 more weeks before the end of the year. So I think Giuseppe, um, far from a terrorist, I think his concerns are legitimate. Why the hell is this the window is there now. You got to get up and dance. The music is playing. The punch bowl's still out on the side table. The open bar, there's 2, they're still open. And it's time to be up on the dance floor. And I get it. But a lot of it, I think, bureaucratically, I think the regulators in Canada, in what I can only imagine, is a very a more let's do everything. I don't know. I just, Canada is not as aggressive a capitalistic country as we are. They don't say, my dad told me more than once, the United States is a great country to be successful in, but it's very difficult if you fail. I think Canada tries to make sure people don't fail. And when you get that, you get a lot of bureaucracy, you get a lot of signatures needed on every decision, and it just becomes slow. So I think there's regulators who have been slow. I think there's probably, although how would I know? We just found out about TELUS, but maybe that's a very bureaucratic quasi-government group, and that's been slower than we know. But that's a great contract. I mean, just the business from the get-go might be worth $2.50 a share in valuation just from that one bit of the tie-up. I mean, it's a pretty important thing. And then I think the attorneys, the law firms, possibly a source of delay. So these delays, which I would say, let's just call them bureaucratic delays, have a huge opportunity cost. The opportunity cost potentially could be the whole enchilada. If it takes too long and the window closes suddenly, why go to the dance? So I understand completely the other side of a rational, not the short sellers. Well, there might be some real ones. I understand the rational side of what the F is going on, but I've looked at it and I've studied it, and I've admittedly, I bet Tony the Tiger has more recent and better information from the company. I don't think he can process it. I don't think he has the wisdom to process it. But I think I've gotten some feedback, and I trust my own. Well, that's the problem, right? That's where maybe I'm wrong. I'm trusting my instincts from a Wall Street side, and Wall Street's all warped out of recognition from what it used to be. And I would say Giuseppe, he's trusting his instincts from a technology side, from knowing it, doing it, understanding it. So it's just a clash of gut reactions to what's going on. I sometimes show my frustration because it is taking so long. I don't know why it's taking so long. But what's amazing to me, this is how I read it. Friday, in the 102-page document, it said that would be the date, 12:01 a.m., the 26th day from the filing, which was October 6th. That was Friday. It went by without a hitch. I mean, it could have been better they announced something. But I think I kind of warned you they wouldn't announce anything right away. I didn't think it would take till Thursday night and then a further week. But still, I think I warned people that I didn't expect anything Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or even Monday. I think I predicted it would be Wednesday morning, maybe. Well, it ended up being Thursday night with a Friday deadline. But what's amazing, and I think Giuseppe, what Corey and Dr. Tom Core and Marwan and Mike Nobrega and the rest of the team, what they're showing, they're bursting to get news out, and they're doing it. But it's within this constraint that they have to first carefully and correctly and completely get the AIP deal finished, which is next Friday now. And we know that. So I think this has been a great week. I think the company is signaling every single day something's come out. I think they're putting out everything they can say to us that everything's great. Hold on, we're coming. But I think the one thing they can't do, obviously, is speed up the closing of the AIP purchase. They just haven't been able to speed that up. So it's next Friday. I also think they haven't been able to let large buyers, institutional buyers, whales, family offices, investment bankers, off the hook. Many of those either do have or could be construed to have material inside information. And I just don't think they're off the hook until after Friday the 14th. That's an assumption, but that's the way it's behaving. So the question is, in frustration, where are the buyers? Well, I think the buyers are still there. I just think longs have to follow the rules. Shorts can break every rule out there, and it doesn't bother anybody that it should bother. And now the volume shows 106,000. So I would guess 106,000 is real. The 400,000 something, I would say 300,000 has all been the sale of artificial shares. Since the 73,000 share order at 41, I only show 3 more orders. 5,000 at 39.44, so they're trying to bust the bid. 1,000 at 39.95, same thing. And now 2,500 at 39.50. They're just trying to drive it down. And let's see what the bid is, 39.11. So they took out the bid. And they're going to try to close it in the red. And it's going to be one more day, one more week of red. It's just however it's done. Ward Richardson, good afternoon, William and RT crew. I see Constellation Software will have their earnings report at the closing bell today. That'll be interesting. Justin Babish, I take back my last statement, maybe, because the big tech would see tech that they want to control the access to and make revenue for themselves more than they might want shares in their pocket. No, I think you're correct. I think you're correct that could happen in a lot of technology areas, and it does. But I guess what I'm suggesting to you, Justin, is that in these first mover, first to market, best in class, battle tested, ready to go solve a real problem AI companies, I don't think there's time to test it, buy a stake, and then see how it goes. You just got to buy the whole company. That's the only thing I'm saying. But in general, you're right. I think that's the approach most companies would take. And look, I could be wrong in my interpretation, Justin. From the buyer standpoint, a Microsoft, a Constellation Software, a TELUS, an Oracle, an Apple, if they snooze, they lose, is my opinion. The reason there's such a frenzy out there, in my opinion, is that they know it. So if a Microsoft, for example, who's partners with Railton in some aspects, knows the power of their tool and they see the revenue on their own runs. If they say, I'm just going to wait and see what happens, they run the risk that I don't know. I don't know if I've ever written down any names. I can't think of a name, but they run the risk that Dell Computer comes and buys them, or some other name. And I just don't think they want to take that risk. I think Microsoft or maybe a TELUS, maybe a Constellation Software to keep it in Canada, or a Oracle, they don't want to miss out. And to them, to a Microsoft, whose market cap right now, even with the sell-off, is 3.778 trillion. Microsoft conceptually could buy Railtown for $40 billion and spend a little over 1% of its stock, or 0.5%, buy it for $20 billion. It's not going to affect their numbers, their per share numbers, it's not going to affect anything that badly if it busts. But if it works, it allows them to be in first place in a company that apparently is first to market in a $300 billion annual spend market, and I'll just give you, Justin, because I don't trust my arithmetic in my head anymore. But if you have a $300 billion market and Microsoft owns Railtown, maybe you go out and you capture 5% of that revenue. That's $15 billion a year in revenue. They don't, my judgment, Microsoft doesn't want to wait. They want to go get that. That's just 5% of that market. If they got 10%, it's 30 billion. Those are real numbers even to Microsoft. So my opinion is the buyers are going to see urgency to buy once they know and understand this presentation and what it means. They don't know it yet. I don't think the company's hiding it. I don't think the company doesn't want to be purchased. Why? Because I think from the company's standpoint, if they want to be a unicorn, they want to be the next NVIDIA or the next Instagram or something, they run the risk that, let's say, Apple buys LangChain, and Apple gets wind of what these guys are doing, and they say, you know what, we're going to buy you, LangChain, for $25 billion, but we're also going to open up Cupertino, and we're going to give you all these scientists, all this laboratory, all this compute power, and we're going to, you have an unlimited budget. Spend whatever you want to spend. You can spend $100 billion catching up with Railtown because we want to capture that market. Well, if you're Railtown all on your own, you can become obsolete really quickly in that scenario. And going back to you, Giuseppe, I think that's what this gentleman sees, is the window could close more quickly than we expect. I'm not convinced because I think it's so big, and I think it's going to continue well into next year at least. But I think the bull market's long in the tooth, so I think the perception that that window, the time to act is now, is real. But anyway, on the Railtown side, if you don't sell yourself or accept the buyout, you run the risk that you become ICQ. Microsoft bought, to my memory, Microsoft ICQ for $420 or $40 million, but it was too late. Facebook blew everything away. So, so ICQ, I guess, it still exists. Or there's other companies. I raised money for a company here in DC. I was in London. They had a genius guy, and the whole concept of the company, to cut to the chase, was Facebook. It didn't have the, show pictures of your recent vacation or your dog, but the whole idea of contacting someone, bringing them back to a group conversation, a group, that was that company. In fact, they have patents on all that. But the company kept everything secret for so long. They didn't want to move forward for so long. I mean, it was heartbreaking. It was a beautiful company. Very few shares out, but they wanted to get it just right before they exposed themselves. And in that space, Facebook beat them. And now I think I still have 2 or 3 of their shelves that I bought as they liquidated their office. I still have my shares, and they hired a company to defend their license. That's why I don't get all excited about licenses and patents. And it's possible someday they'll get a check. You know, remember that woman or that man that invented the intermittent wiper, and Ford just took it? Ford eventually paid a settlement. Well, maybe someday this company will get a settlement, but I doubt it. So anyway, Justin, I really think there's an incentive on Railtown's side to speed the heck up, and there's an incentive to use that name Microsoft again. Let's get her done. So my view, which could be overly optimistic, is I think Railtown is going to be purchased within 6 to 9 months. I could be smoking dope. It could take 18 months, 24 months. But I think let me put it a different way. If Railtown does not receive an offer, solicited or unsolicited, to be purchased within the next 9 months, they don't have what I think they have. So that's another reason, and I know it offends the good Lord, but the reason I get worked up is I think people are taking their experience from endless shit show stocks with all sorts of promises that are idiotic, and then this basic concept that Wall Street somehow is going to cover shorts, which I think is a premise that is verifiably incorrect. I didn't know that, but I've learned it. So you got to adapt. You got to adapt to it. I think that experience and other experiences back when the market was real, hey, I built a position in a stock called Kelly Oil. You can look it up. I had probably the largest position in Kelly Oil, possibly outside of Goldman Sachs. I wish I still remembered the gentleman's name. He was a great guy. A great broker at Goldman Sachs used to call me every day. Institutional guy, great guy. I wish I remembered his name. I lost some of my records, but he and back then you didn't have your numbers in the phone, you know. But he would call me every day. He even gave me his best clients would call me because I knew that story. And Gretchen Morgensen put out a story. Anyway, I had a large position in it, and the market was normal. There were market makers that were real. There were trading desks. There were research analysts. One of them, I remember, Ron Lewinson, I think. I just remembered out of Prudential. He was great. I got to know all this. I mean, I was Mr. Kelly Oil. People were jealous of me for a while until it crashed. Then they kind of felt sorry for me. But top producers would have me talk to their best clients. And everyone started buying the stock. And the story basically boils down to they were going to drill this well that was going to, revolutionize the story. And they had more acreage and everything. It's called the McCullum well. And it was going to find 2, 3, 4, 5 TCF of gas and set up a field, and it was going to be. The stock could be $200-$300. It was. This was the greatest thing since. I can't. The drill hole up in British, in the Golden Triangle. I'm trying to remember the name of the company. Pretium. Since Pretium, I think it was Pretium. So they had this gathering. They were so excited, and everyone got excited. They invited everyone down to Louisiana, and we were there a few days. I was invited. That's when David Kelly, he had a huge hoedown on his ranch, and it was everybody from Wall Street was there. And I walked over to him to say hello, and he said, he was nice, but he looked up at me, big guy. He said, "Well, you're nothing but a gosh darn Yankee." He said it differently, but anyway, and so the stock went, I think, to $29. Ironically, I had a lot of my clients, I had a GTC order in at $32, but I think it went to 29 or something like that. And every analyst was there, everybody from the company, all the investors were there. But you know who wasn't there? The shorts. And the shorts weren't like they are now, but the trading desks were manned by people who could sell stock short. There was still some abuses back then, but it wasn't like now. But they could legitimately sell it short. So while we were down there, I was sitting at the table right next to me was the vice president. The CEO was David. He was up giving the presentation. And I forget who the analyst next to me, but I was right up at the front table. And I didn't really notice it. I should have. But I was probably in conversation. But David was up giving the presentation to this huge room. Well, we've got oil down here, and as he said to me on a phone call to him, I asked him about, what are the odds this well doesn't work? And he might have said it that day to the audience. He said, "Well, I don't see any risk at all in that well." And that's what everyone thought. So that night, when he gave his presentation, apparently he had had too much to drink. I didn't really notice it. My table's at the front, and he was on this side of the presentation, so he was mostly turned away and half away from my view. But apparently they took him out of the presentation early, but the rumor spread around back to the shorts and around Wall Street that they carried him out on his back because he was so drunk. Well, the next day we're all out on a field trip, I guess you'd call it, to the rig, and we're taking those boats that go through the marshes and the alligators and or the crocodiles, and they kind of float a little bit. We're all going out, and we go out to the well to see it, and then we also take a tour of some other locations. But then we end up at this big facility, which they've laid out with tables with crawfish and all that. And it's a huge event. But we're all away. There are no phones. There are no cell phones. Um, Unless you had one of those big bricks. There might be pagers. I had a pager. But we're all away from anything. Well, that while we're away, that rumor went around, and they took the stock down from $29 to the low 20s on a lot of volume. And this is a stock that had started the year in the, 1, 2, 3 range, and then moved to the 4, 5, 6 range, and it's all of a sudden 29, and they pulled it back to 22. Well, everybody was in shock as they're taking their flights home and getting back to their desks. You couldn't even use computers back then the way you can now. You had to get back to your desk. And I was in a bit of a pickle because I got back to my desk and the stock was on our restricted list because we were in the middle of doing an offering, which was a convertible bond. And I forget how much the raise was, but we were doing a large offering on the stock. So I went up to New York to see the analyst, to see 2 analysts. And while I was there, I went out to the trading floor, and everyone was glad to see me, and they gave me the tour. And then they took me to the trading desk, the over-the-counter. It was over-the-counter. The trading desk, back when over-the-counter was a legitimate thing. And I meet this broker. You can imagine him, a typical New Yorker. He's on the phone. He's got the computer. There's a lot of noise. And I said, hey, I'm here. You handle Kelly Oil. What's going on with it? And he's on the phone. And he said, oh, it's all okay. We're doing this deal. And he's taking a phone call. And while he's on a phone call, I see over on his desk this huge stack of pink. We used to have to write them in paper, pink orders, same orders we use, sell orders. And it's all KOIL, Kelly Oil. And I said to him, wait a minute, how are you able to sell? The stock's on the restricted list. We're just selling. We're doing the convertible offering, and we're just offsetting or something. Well, that always has stuck in my head as that's weird. So you're selling the stock, and then you're going to place a convertible note. I always figured from that time that retail kind of gets screwed because we weren't allowed to sell. Anyway, I got back to my office, and I was nervous thinking about all of it, and I decided that I should have my clients buy puts because I couldn't tell them to sell the stock. I was not allowed to tell them to sell. And of course, my boss bought and sold the stock. He ignored it. I found out later. But I couldn't tell him to sell. So I figured what I should do is get everybody to buy puts on the position. And I started on I guess that was a Thursday or Friday. Must have been a Thursday. And I started calling. I have, I don't know how many people, 200 people, 250 people in this. And I started organizing it, and I went to the, I guess, the most responsive people first, the people with larger positions. And I landed on one client, and she just didn't understand it. She wanted to come in. She came into the office. So I spent 3 or 4 hours with just one client explaining options, and she had to sign this and what a put is, all this. So I consumed quite a bit of time. She was a good client. And I can't remember if she had a joint account, if she had to get her husband's signature or not, but we got her set up. But that took all Friday. And then I kept working over the weekend, meeting some of that same issue where it's just too complicated to train people how to buy puts. But I went over the weekend, and Monday I had meetings. So I was going through my whole book, as we called it, to get everybody to buy puts to protect themselves at a minimum. And I was still not at the point that I thought anything was wrong. I had taken, the week before, I had taken my own trip down to see the well and go to the site. I was talking to the broker who handled David Kelly's account, and I was also talking to this other guy who was one of the best brokers in New Jersey. He was with, I want to say, Payne Weber, and he was one of their top producers. But then he went out and started his own firm. He was so big. And he and I would talk every day. So there was a lot of positive support that this stock was huge. So I went to see the well. I was too young and naive to understand. I saw the rig. I saw the trailers. I talked to a few people, but I have since been on many rigs, and there wasn't a lot of activity. But the feedback I got was good. Oh, they're about to start it up. So I went home. I felt good about it, but it was odd that there wasn't, loud drilling going on. Well, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. So anyway, I spent that whole weekend, and then Monday and Tuesday, and I had only gotten through about, I don't know, 10 people, because it's so hard to explain, at least back then, options. And so what happened on the Sunday is that Gretchen Morgeson put out an article in the New York Times business section, and she just slammed Kelly Oil. And it was so negative that Monday the stock opened down, I don't know, in the 15, maybe even down to the 11 range. And for a long time, I didn't think very highly of her. But afterward, I thought, wow, she did a good job with that journalism. But we all were a group of guys mostly. Some, I don't remember many women, but 2 maybe. But we're all mostly guys reaffirming our own point of view. So anyway, by the time the stock was in the 11.15 range on Monday, I thought, this doesn't even make sense to be buying the puts. What do I do? So I just was calling everybody. I couldn't tell them you should sell. I could only take unsolicited orders. I couldn't tell them, I couldn't give them a recommendation. It was on our restricted list. But I could talk to them. They were my clients. And I could be matter of fact, but they had to make decisions. So I was doing that. The stock, I may be mixing days, but to my memory, the stock rallied back to maybe $18 or $19 or even higher on Tuesday. And David Kelly, who I had just spoken with on a call myself, David Kelly, I'm sitting there. I have the little black and white TV. We didn't have big, you buy these little portable TVs. I had the Squawk Box. My phones are ringing. I have my computer. And David Kelly was meant to be on, I think it was CNBC's Squawk Box at 2:30. I think that's who it was. And I don't remember who was lead. It might have been Maria Bartiromo was going to interview David Kelly because of the notoriety of the New York Times article. So I'm sitting there. I had two phones. I had one phone maybe in my ear, and there's ringing on the other. I'm kind of half listening, kind of half watching. And he's not, you don't see his face, you just hear him on the phone. David Kelly, oil and gas. And she asked him a question about how deep is your love? How deep is your well right now? How far you're going to, I don't remember now, you're going to 28,000 feet, which is really deep. Where are you right now? Well, he says, well, we hit water at 19,000 feet and we're going to kick out the well to drill down to our target depth. You could see everyone just hang up, turn off the TV. The stock went to, I don't know, $7 in 25 minutes. I'm exaggerating probably. And it was so bleak. I would call the guy that handled his account, and he was always positive. Don't worry, things are going to be great. The president that I sat with, not the vice president, the president that I sat with at the event, I heard that he sold all of his stock. I called him up, and he said, "Well, it wasn't my decision. It was my attorney. It's for retirement planning." That didn't sound good. I said, "Well, why would you sell it now? You only have whatever publicly available. I forget. You have $6 million or $9 million. That's instead if it works out, you could have 50 or 100 million. What? Well, that's what. Well, that didn't sound very good to me. I called the various analysts, and nobody really knew. And meanwhile, the stock came off the restricted list. I don't know if they did the financing or not. They probably did, just at a lower, higher yield, lower convertible. But everybody started selling stock. They got upset with me. This was such a great, it was tough. And I lost a lot of money. That was the first time I was a millionaire. I lost a lot. But you have to ignore your own losses while you're talking to your clients. It wasn't comfortable. And the gentleman that was such a great producer up in New Jersey, we would talk every day, 2 or 3 times. He was a basketball player. He's a big, good-looking, powerful guy. But his life became, he would be in bed watching the cartoons, and he couldn't get out of his bed all day. And he would call me, and it was just really tough for him. And one day I got a call from either his office or a friend of mine who worked with him. And it was just so tough on him that up in New Jersey, one day he walked home and he stepped in front of a bus on the highway and he was killed instantly. I went to his funeral. And that's what that did. I don't know what my point was because I got off track. But I found out later what happened. The science of 3D science was relatively new, but it was good. And the computers to do the processing were as big as a van or bigger. And it was expensive. And they drilled these wells using 3D seismic. Or so we told. So we were told. I found out, I think, when I went down to visit Kelly Oil, they were going to drill another well. And I went into David's office, and he had a map out. And this is how I remember it. He said, "We're going to drill our next well there." And I said, why'd you pick that? Well, that just feels like the right place. So I called somebody, and he was honest. He was an honest guy, but he had always been a bullish guy on it. He said, "Well, do you know that David drilled the McCollum well without seismic? He just picked a place. He just did it by his gut. He didn't trust the seismic." That's what happened. But anyway, I don't remember, Justin, why I started off on that subject, except that sometimes groups of people start believing a story so much together, they forget the risks. And I've always been attuned to that. I've always been attuned to that ever since that experience. So I don't know how to wrap that story up because I forgot why I brought it up. So I'll just move on. I'm almost legend. The thing about your rant, Sir William, is that sometimes when you do the opposite voice, it almost seems like an actual answer rather than just opposition. I get the frustration, but after 2+ hours, some interpretation gets lost. I hope by the time you see this message, you're in a different state of mind and maybe block the person who texted you this morning if they set you off like this. I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. I think some of it's my own frustration. I think, honest legend, a lot of the frustration is the shorts, the fact that the stock is under this destructive selling, but I think the biggest frustration, I'm almost legend, that I have is that it's this interpretation that the stock price is telling you something. In this case, I just really think it's wrong. I don't think the stock is telling us that Corey is going to be so foolish as to issue billions of shares of stock so he can bring in revenue from AIP. I just don't see that happening. I don't see the stock price telling us that there's no revenue at the company. I think there's a huge backlog of revenue. I don't think the stock price is telling us that the company's doing a bad job of marketing or telling its story or building its book of business. I don't think they're doing that. I don't think the stock price is telling us that no one in Canada wants to buy the stock. I don't think the stock price is telling us that in Canada, Corey has only just started working on revenue. I don't think the stock price is telling us that the TELUS deal is going to lead to no revenue and that it's not going to start. I just don't think that's what the stock price is telling us. But other people have other points of view, that the stock price is saying the company doesn't know what they're doing. They may be good at software, but they're not good at running a public company. They should already be out with their revenue. Why did it take so, what? You've heard all the negatives. I just don't agree with any of those negatives, any of them. I also do not think that I'm being hoodwinked by only seeing the positive. I am very aware of what risks can be. I think my frustration, I'm almost legend, comes from the fact that the company can't tell its story. But I think they're doing their best they can. This is fantastic right here. I'll get through the comments and maybe we can go over that even though I haven't eaten. But I didn't know it was 2 hours. I'm almost legend. And I apologize to you and everybody for that. That's not fair. I should have just not gone live today. But that's not fair. And I didn't know it was a rant. I guess it was a rant. But it is or was my own way of staking my flag in the ground, digging in my heels and saying, stop it. Stop being negative. This, to me, this is the greatest buying opportunity there is. Now, to take the other side of it, well, everything supposedly hearing and everything you're supposedly figuring out, it doesn't show up. What is it? That's a fair thing. It's been probably a year since I first brought up Railtown. It's frustrating. Would Railtown be higher right now if the program selling, the computerized program selling didn't exist? Maybe. But maybe not. Because of the dead time that has surrounded the company's information flow for basically 9 or 10 months. But I do think it'd be higher. But the computerized selling is not the only thing wrong with the over-the-counter market. There's no buying under $5. So I'm not sure how it would be otherwise in Canada particularly without information flow. I think the real frustration is I want people to wait till the news flow starts coming and starts accelerating, I hope, but more importantly, starts leading to revenue projections before they despair. And but I think you're right. I didn't know it was 2 hours. I lost track of time. And I didn't mean it to be a rant. I did mean it to be forceful. And I should not have subjected you to that. So, maybe after Railtown's done, I should just stop doing these calls because I'm not good at it. Uh, uh, it's not right to abuse you with my frustration. So I'll try not to do it again. Jack Hamilton, as of 2:06 p.m., volume is 412,000. Like you said, the short computers are working. Apparently overtime this Friday. That's what I think so. I think so. Um, I think, I think, Jack, I think there's probably three explanations for it other than they just do it every day. It's just relentless. But I think there might be three unique reasons. One, that press release last night, which I think is excellent, but when it's read by the computers, it says there's no certainty that the deal will get done on these terms. So that's an opportunity to crush the price and hopefully expand the number of shares like you saw done with DDBM, with MULN, MMAT, DDBMM. The list is legion. That's one. Two, they may feel a little bit trapped. I don't know, to the extent that there's a real short out there or fake shorts. And they may see this today and maybe next week as their best chance to cause a cataclysmic selling so they can start covering or move their shares. So it might be a defense, it might be offense to be defensive. I don't know. Third thing is they have the exact same computers that smart people have, that traders have, and it's that 200-day moving average. They wanted to bust it, see if they could get, and I think they probably did get some real selling today. And I think they probably did get some stop loss orders off that other people put in. The volume now shows 445,000 shares. The closing price 40 cents, 34.85 by 44, pretty wide. And let's see if there's any trades. Yeah, I guess 1,000 shares went off at 40, which is better than the 500 shares that went off at 39.14 just prior to that. Some of the other stocks, I don't know if it's worth looking at. Energy Vault, I think had a decent, it's 348. Fingers 135, Nixie 142. MTEN is 240. Craig Nelly, why are you angry? Who did what to you? Nobody did anything to me. I didn't mean to be angry, but I was worked up. I wasn't angry, but I raised my voice. Um, wow, there's progress in MMTLP and Charles Payne and Gary Atkins. We'll get to that. So anyway, sorry, Craig. I do mean it. I apologize to everybody. Jack Hamilton, on the bright side, they can't seem to keep it under 40 cents. That's how I look at it. But in fairness, there's another side to look at. Like, this is all we got since February 11th. And there are both sides to that. So Craig Nelly is just trying to provoke me. In other words, am I upset that the price is not going as per my quote unquote buy next week? No, I think everyone here knows that predictions are schmedictions, but um, Craig, I think when you buy a stock or you own a stock, you have to try to have an idea of what's going to happen, even if you're inaccurate. If you're just buying a stock because, hell, I don't know, it's going to be flat, you might as well do something else. Craig Nelly, how many times have you used that? I may not. Um, Jack Hamilton, get to see the shorts are back in the chat. I always enjoy the extra confidence in Railtown when they show up. That's right. Craig Nally's obviously a short. Even the wonderful, nice person like you, I know I'm not. This Sir William Clairvoyant guy, losing patience with you. Hey, Craig, one way you can handle that you're losing patience with me, go watch Ace, for example. He has an interview with Martin Shen. I think you have to pay to watch it, or you did to do it. You're here for free. You can leave for free too. Craig Nelly, think this whole thing is getting to you. Well, if by the whole thing you mean the cheating you guys do and the stealing, yeah, it does piss me off. It really does. Craig Nelly, so many people warned you not to do this years ago. I remember some warnings. And Craig, my goal is with Railtown. I didn't know that it was going to take until November, and even now in November, what is it? It's flat to up a little bit. I didn't know it would take that long, but the bright side that I see, I may have lost people, I may be an asshole, but the bright side I see is we have 15 million shares. So to the extent that that stays true, there's going to be a lot of people out there that get their losses back if they have a sizable, a good enough sized position, and they're going to go in the green. And my whole goal is to get away from you guys, to get away from uh, these stocks, because I don't see the solution coming. And um, I would say, I don't know how it's going to turn out. I have been working on trying to do something else, but I think that's been delayed bureaucratically as well. I no longer think it's going to come to fruition. So I don't know where my head will be when Railtown works out, but I wouldn't mind starting something collectively and trying to use our abilities to build something. But I'm not going to be doing this way anymore, Craig. I'm not going to be trying to fight you guys down in your sewer because, frankly, as Mark Twain said, you beat me with your experience, and I I guess it shows up in my frustration. Craig, and now you're in your umpteenth stock with no success prior in any one. Well, I don't think that's true. I think people who listen to me, I'm not going to go through the list. I think I've been correct in a lot of my calls. Craig Nelly, I've been wrong in some too. But if if I can give you a compliment and a thanks, I really appreciate that you bring to the forefront exactly why I think people should own Railtown. And when Railtown works, they should say goodbye to you guys and the Charm Boys and any of these stocks with any significant portion. I was telling somebody this morning, for example, if you owned 40,000 Railtown right now at 40 cents, I guess you would have $16,000 account. If someone got distracted by G-Bucks is going to squeeze next week, or GDC, they're going to find a buyer for the company. If you get distracted by those, I mean, I'm not going to judge whether or not that's going to work, but let's say you have your $16,000 account and you go, God, I got to be in those. So you sell half your Railtown, figuring you'll sprinkle the things around, and you put half, a quarter and a quarter in each of those other stocks. Well, now if Railtown works, you've reduced the benefit by half, but the odds are those other two are just going to peter away and you're not going to be able to come back in. So you now have a half position. What if you do it more? You say, you know what, screw it. I'm going to get out of my Railtown. I'm going to go in these. It's going to squeeze next week. Then I'll come back. And then you're out of Railtown altogether. And who knows what those do. I'm not saying, it doesn't matter to me in my example. What if instead, Craig, if you have 40,000 shares of Railtown, you keep the 16,000 account as it is, and the stock goes first to $4, $160,000, and then it goes to $40 in a buyout, 1.6 million. Let's just say Fantasyland goes to a buyout, 1.6 million. Well, the thing is, once it's 1.6 million, you can take 0.1% of your portfolio, $16,000 at that time, and you can go buy the next. I'm sure GDC will still be around, but you can go buy the next story. And it's just with a tiny percentage of your stock, of your account, rather than this emotional nightmare of dealing with you guys. So I love that you're here pointing out that, to me, pointing out my conviction that Railtown's the way out. You'll still be here in 6 months, 9 months. So when people have big accounts, they can take 0.5%, 1% of that account, open up a trading account over at Watermelon Securities. What's that name? WAMU? WOMO? MOWO? Webull? Maybe it's Webull. Go over to Webull with $20,000, but it's such a small, and then keep this account for income, and we never have to deal with you again, Craig. But I'll tell you what, I'm not doing this after Railtown works. That's for darn sure. I'm gone. So I'm going to follow your advice. I appreciate that you highlighted the one, remind me of the other. Craig Nelly, more dangerous so when playing with other people's money. I'm not playing with anybody's money. I don't manage anybody's money. I don't have an account with anybody's money in it. So I'm not playing with anybody's money. You might be. You might be at one of those desks where God gives you a line of credit and you just press your bet short after short after short without any real money in your own pocket. I don't know. Jack Hamilton, glad to see when the shorts show back up in the chat. I do appreciate the extra confidence in Railtown. Know the story, know the stock. That's good, Jack. Craig Nelly, people like Jack Hamilton and Justin Babish are the real shorters. They hype up all these while only to short it down. That's how it works. My friend Craig, that is libel. Putting that in writing is libel. I hope your only defense is if you're telling the truth. But if you're slandering somebody, libeling somebody, and they find out what your real name is, and your assets aren't in your wife's name or offshore, I think you're going to be in trouble. Craig Nelly, have seen these in every stock forum. Poor newbies and innocent ones who fall for it. Well, I think I've chased away most of the newbies and innocent by being obtuse and unagreeable, apparently. So I don't think many people here are innocent, Craig. I think what binds us all together is we've lost a lot of money. My experience, I can't speak for anyone else here, is I lost a lot of money in MMTLP. I lost even more money in Finger. I lost a considerable amount of money in GTII. I got hurt a lot of money, but to a lesser extent in CRTD. And of course, I lost a nice chunk in Logic. All of these stocks have in common that they've been destroyed by you and your friends. And so what we all share here, and what my motivating force is, my purpose is to try to help people who can put up with me, put up with my assholeianness. I'm trying to help people make back the red that you guys caused them and get in the green. That's my way of fighting you. Others fight you on space calls. Others fight you with letters. Others fight you by risking more money in yet again another short squeeze stock. Everybody has their way, and I commend all of them. I back them all up. The way I'm trying to fight you is to help people gain their independence, get their money back, but also maybe have a shot at getting a nice rate of return to pay for all this pain and trouble and to pay for what a jerk I am, so that they can then operate from a whole different experience, which is away from you. And maybe as a group, once we have some wherewithal, we can fight you, not with a random call-in, which is terrific, to Fox Noise, but we can fight you with the same, what do you call them? The law firms who act as lobbyists. We can hire a lobbying firm and we can start to fight you. And then you'll have to work for a living for the rest of your life. I'll do that. But the way I see how to do it, Craig, I see the endless space calls for me, what I can do. I don't add anything. I see walking the halls of Congress fruitless. I see fighting you like I am right now, fruitless. The only way I can add here in this fight against you and your ilk is to try to create some independent people who understand they can't get back in the sewer with you as long as the rules 99% favor you. This isn't even like going to the casino, the new casinos in Las Vegas. When these people entered the casino with you, Craig Nelly, and with some of the Charm Boys, 99% they're going to lose everything. And then you're going to come brag. That's all you're here doing is bragging. Good for you. It's good to be a braggart, isn't it? It's good to be self-satisfied and self-impressed. I hope it brings happiness, and I hope it fills that hole in the center of your heart that you try so desperately to avoid. I would submit, Craig Nelly, you're better than this, and you were brought up better than this. And hopefully, God can reach out to you somehow, and this evil that absorbs you and the evil you do can be replaced with bringing out the good in you. But until then, I'm really at the end of my rope in this situation with Railtown. It's been June, July, August, September, October, November, 7 months. And it's been without release. It's essentially been every single day, essentially. It never gets better in terms of stock price. It is getting better, and I'm proud of everybody in what is a gigantic position. But there's no surcease. It's just endless, endless. Where are the revenues? Oh, they're going to dilute. And you guys, you just come on over and over and over again. It's all the same. Oh, it's boring. And I just, yeah, I get to the end of it quite a bit. I'm bored silly, and I want to be productive. But the good news is, Craig, I don't know if you have a short position, and I don't know if today you moved it from one LLC to another. I don't know if you're working with the regulators or lawyers in Canada to stall while you move large exposed positions offshore. I don't know. Or you're working out a derivative contract. I don't know what's going on. I no longer care. I know that we can't beat you. There's no way we can beat you. None. And the only way for people here to enjoy their lives and get their accounts back and hopefully create meaningful accounts is to get away from you and your mind games and your head games and your manipulations. And it's unfortunate, but I just got interrupted. I lost my train of thought. So I'm going to move on, Craig. I very much look forward to the day where 250 people are financially independent. And collectively, whether they do it with me or not, we can move away from you. I can't wait. Jack Hamilton. Ha 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 ha. So you sent an email to Mr. William Communications with him to prove who you are. Jack Hamilton, didn't think so. Craig Nelly, there's never a YouTuber with any success rate talking about stock, period. I'm sure there's people out there would beg to differ with you who make a lot of money with their advice. But Craig, I'm not trying to make a successful YouTube promoting a stock or anything. I am trying to, I think, help people, but you may see it differently. Make their red back and make multiples of that red into the green. And I'll tell you, just once again, if Railtown is able to tell its story soon and put out a path to revenue that's believable to the institutions, I'll just focus on the institutions rather than going off the whole laundry list, so that when the AIP deal closes and Railtown, not AIP, the Railtown, the conductor, starts showing its revenue and it beats 15 million annual recurring revenue, and all the multiples are the same, when Railtown achieves $1.25 billion in comparable value to Lang Tracks and hasn't issued any more shares other than the 50 million, that's a $5.55 stock, Craig. And you may say that's not a success rate. I don't know. But from $5.50, I still stand by $55 May 5th next year. Jack, but there are a lot of shorts. Tebow, hey Craig, what stocks are you in? Craig, and now William is losing it. His buy next week is crumbling and even feels it. No. I'm not surprised I'm wrong on my targets in terms of time, Craig. I think those targets will still happen, but it's not about me, Craig. That's the thing. I'm not trying to be right in my targets. I am trying to encourage people to stay in the stock because I believe 100% those targets will be met, and I think it'll happen in November, but who knows? Craig can see his boiled up anger. Thank you, Craig. I guess you're a shrink? Jack, and he also said in his opinion, Craig, Nelly, frustrated to see the core, but trying to control it. Frustrated to the core, but trying to control it. Maybe. Jack Hamilton, the anger is pointed toward the shorts, whoever they are. True enough. Tebow, it's funny how they've started now that the news is breaking. Exactly. Jack Hamilton, you got that right, Tebow. Good Lord, Craig. Do you stop? Told you long ago, Craig is reading, told you long ago, William is reading rubbish essays from crappy news. They all got nothing to do with Railtown per se. I'm starting to think that I know this guy, Craig. Every small company, Craig says. Craig says, I hear you are saying, or rather their supporters are saying that Microsoft, NVIDIA, Oracle is going to buy them. Yeah, I think one of them. But Craig, I mean, if you need to see it again, I'll show you my list. But my list could be wrong. Could be anybody. I think someone's going to buy them. But I'll stand by my list. Just so you know, just so it's on the record again. My favorite to buy Railtown is Microsoft. My number 2 is Constellation Software. My number 3 is NVIDIA. Number 4, AMD. My number 5 is TELUS. Unless TELUS gets in early, they would move to number 1. And then just the whole consortium, the field, is number 6. All the others. So we'll see. Good afternoon, William. All right, good total. Let me write that down. Account settings, that's great. Craig Nelly, every stock forums used to do that and many got burned. Yeah, I would say they got burned by you. But Craig Nelly, now it's worse. They started doing on YouTube. I didn't join YouTube to do that. I'm sorry. That wasn't my goal. Daryl Valentine bought 400 more. Good for you, Daryl. Good for you, Daryl. Bravo. Craig Nelly. I can see William is nervous. Really? Really? You're a pretty all-seeing guy. How do you see that, Craig? How do you see that? How do you see that? Craig Nelly. He's very edgy. Probably reality has set in. Tebow Alex. Hey, Craig Nelly. I'm aiming for 200,000 shares, and that is on my own doing. Stick your opinion about William where the sun doesn't shine. William's doing fine, and we appreciate his opinion. Wow, Pat, I love this. I wish I knew how to sell crap that I don't need. You sold stuff you don't need, and you got 10,000. That's awesome, Pat. I think that's the best news of the day. You sold crap you don't need, and you bought 10,000. By the way, if the United States goes into a severe economic decline, you're not going to be able to sell crap then. So now it's a double good thing. You sold crap now when you can, and you bought Railtown. Bravo. Bravo, Pat. Bravo. Maddie. It sure is interesting to see how Craig Nelly is trying to paint his desired man. Absolutely. Absolutely. Craig Nelly, other day he was playing Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, asking question and the other personality answering it, and then getting angry with the other guy. Seriously, is he okay? Are you talking about me? I don't know if I'm okay. I have that question myself. So, Craig, you're obviously a smart, educated guy. Is this all you can do with that education? This is it? Enjoy it. Maddie, Craig Nelly is Tony De Niro's boyfriend and gets paid 5 cents per post. Well, he probably gets $7.50 a post, or every time I say his name. Or or he's working with the shorts, or there's a group of shorts sitting in a room and they're across from each other having fun. I thought the market had opened up, but I guess not. Eric B., I posted before. Pat M message, 29,000 more. Okay, I got you. You added, thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. Bravo, Eric. This is great news. Ward Richardson, free stock bought 30. That is awesome. Thank you. That is awesome. You guys are amazing. Craig Nelly. I'm sure all of you are seeing it, but playing political correctness. Better wake up, William, before it's too late. Is that a threat, Craig? The more I get to know about you, the less I like you. Maddie, you almost wonder why Craig Nelly wastes his life in here. It's extremely lucrative to Craig Nelly to do what he does. Craig Nelly and Co. got burned by William stock picks in the past, big time. Which ones? I've got something to point out. I saw in my email yesterday, I guess it'd be the day before yesterday on that, but Maddie, take responsibility for your own life. Stop blaming others. Craig Nelly, thousands of them lost money. He used UMTO, have few thousands watching his channel each time. Ask him. Craig can't seem to take personal responsibility in her life. Very perceptive. Tebow, hey, Craigie boy. FOF, I don't know what FOF means. Craig Nelly, people coming on here saying they bought 100, 520 each time, and William jotting it down. That's a first. Never have any YouTuber done it. Make up your mind. I've got to be like all the other YouTubers? I thought you said they all never work out. I don't know. Tebow, no one is wasting any more time on your comments except William. Craig Nelly, no validation, no real. I'm not saying it's audited, Craig. I'm not saying it's audited. It's okay. It's okay. I think the information is true. It's good enough for me. No real names, no nothing, but all behind screen names, and William taking it seriously and totaling his numbers. Are you all okay? We're better now, Craig, that you're here, bringing sanity. That's a good thing you bring. Julie Kim added 490. Yay! That's awesome, Julie. Okay, 163, 860. That's awesome. That is awesome. Craig, Nelly, Julie Kim, here's another beauty. Craig, you can shit on me. Don't shit on Julie or other people here. Craig, Nelly, just as I was saying, people coming in here saying they bought this amount and that amount. Think you people got problems. Look, you wonder who has the problem? Is it everybody here? Maddie, you would think Craig Nelly would have something better to do with her life. I guess not. Jack Hamilton, again, Craig, all can be verified with a simple email unless you're just as short. Exactly. Craig Nelly, does it ever end? My guess, give William another few days and think there'll be self-immolation. Well, that sounds very close to a threat, and I don't appreciate it. Craig Nelly, Jack Hamilton, prove it, and I'll admit I'm wrong. Craig Nelly, pity William. He's used to be a real nice person in the early days, but got cranky and rude and always blaming white folks and Jews for everything. Huh. Huh. I don't think that's accurate, but it kind of tells me who you are. I do think it's ironic that in this society built where we tear each other apart on these woke issues and etc., the banksters continue to accumulate, and almost to a man, they're white, and almost to a man, they're a man. So it's weird how up at the bankster level, the the control level, it's one set of guidelines up there, and for the rest of us, we've got to be fighting each other on all sorts of divisive characteristics. Yeah, I do notice that. In terms of your comment about Jews, I don't blame Jews for everything. I believe in the Middle East, I believe very strongly that what's happening is murderous, it's immoral, and it's evil. The killing of Palestinians, the starving of Palestinians, the destruction of an entire homeland, the taking of their happiness, childhood, oil, the taking of their land for the last 80 years. I think it's evil. I don't blame that on Jews. I blame that on Zionists. Zionists. Although it is the only country in the world that I know of that we support, which is a theocracy. And the country's whole identity is a Jewish homeland. But no, I blame it on the Zionists, and Zionists come in the form of atheists, they come in the form of Christians, they come in the form of Jews. They rarely come in the form of Palestinians, I'll tell you that. In terms of the short selling and the creation of this scheme on Wall Street, my experience, and it's just something I notice, and I don't blame it on Jews in general, but I think that the people doing the creation of toxic convertible notes, bringing in the so-called, these they're really just fronts. They're just fronts that bring that, and then bringing in the hedge funds, and then the attorneys, and then the market makers, and then the whole thing. I don't know. As I'm sitting here looking at you, Craig Nelly, I can't think of one of them that's not Jewish. So I have said before, and I do think it's true, that this activity is done by a group of mostly men, I think it's all men, who are Jewish. And I think that's how you guys trust each other. That's how I don't think you guys are going to turn each other in. And I think, anyway, maybe it's not true, but I don't see a lot of other people doing it. It could be wrong. And I stand willing to expand that list, but it's no different than saying, as I've used the example before, those blast emails that say, "Hey, I'm a prince, and I need $100,000, and I'll share, $50 million with you." They're almost always Nigerian, so it's not that I am against all Nigerians, but you notice the characteristic. That's all. So I'm not blaming Jews. I'm blaming short sellers and criminals who work together who almost always happen to be Jewish, but that's not blaming Jews. I hope you can see the distinction, Craig. Ward Richardson, Craig Nelly, I'm not speaking for William, but I don't think he is here for success ratings, more like getting a point across to you shorts. That's true. I'm an oddball. I don't meet, you don't estimate me the right way. But Craig Nelly, never seen a person hold this much anger and going psycho. I've never seen a person uh, not go take a leak for so long, hold it in for so long. Jack Hamilton, Rangley, I've already sent my information to him. That's the point. Craig Nelly, my guess is he'll self-destruct soon, if I haven't already. What the hell am I doing here talking to you late in my life, Craig? I mean, it's swell. I can't tell you how wonderful it makes me feel that I'm having a conversation with you. It's what I live for. It's what I live for. Jack Hamilton, everyone has a dream. Maddie, remember, Craig Nelly is Tony De Niro's girlfriend and gets paid by his boss 5 cents per post. Tony has a girlfriend? No wonder he gets phone calls with the company. He's so much better off than I am. Jack Hamilton, are we sure it's a girl? But yes to the other part. Craig Nally doesn't stop. Look at him and his hand and finger actions getting a bit uncontrollable. Uncontrollable. These are signs of instability. Do you have a degree in psychology or something, or reading personal, facial tics or something? Jack Hamilton, not judging, but the volume of disingenuous messages does seem that there's a hidden issue. There could be. They may be trying to close out a short position. And remember, that's just a short-term goal. That doesn't mean anything about the investment. But they also might be trapped. Jack Hamilton, that is for the Rag Nelly. Craig Nelly, I see what I see. Rag Nelly, that's good. Blaming everyone in the world but him. I don't blame him for anything. And I think I take a lot of responsibility for things. But Craig, there's no question in my mind that the markets are completely destroyed. You guys are either part of it or you just take advantage of it. And you're doing it now. It's too bad. It's too bad. It doesn't reflect well on you. Craig Nally, he has cut down on blaming Jews, I think. Let me just be clear on that. I don't blame Jews, but if people don't notice that like I say, I haven't found anybody doing this toxic short selling. I haven't found a single one. Of course, most of you hide behind fake names, so how would I know? But it does seem to be a Jewish mafia, just like the Italian mafia did certain things. That's not being against all Italians. So, you know, uh, I don't think it's good to be bigoted or anti anybody for any reason. But at the same time, are you supposed to be blind to what's happening? I don't know. I guess you are. You're just blind. You're criticizing me. You don't even know me. But I guess that's okay. You see some patterns in me that you feel like you can point out. When I see a pattern that it's Jeff Easton, the Kramers, Rubenstein, etc. I don't go down the whole list. You start saying, wait a minute, if I were a CEO, I'd make sure that my, at least somebody that's coming at me is, I don't know, named, named, you know, it just has a different background, isn't part of it. Jack Hamilton, another 5 cents. Tony is so proud of you, Craigie. Jack Hamilton. Craig Nally probably got an email from Google to cut down rant on Jews. No, it didn't. I don't agree with you. I maybe if it was a rant, I said something that could be misinterpreted. But let me be clear again, Craig. I think Israel is a murderous, criminal state. I think it's founded on the premise of stealing everything and murdering innocent people, women and children and men, and taking land, starting wars in 7 different directions, and murdering human beings. Yeah, I'm anti. Well, I'm not anti. You can't be anti-Israel. It exists, but I'm anti Netanyahu, who is a evil criminal. I'm anti the right wing, and unfortunately, something like 70% of Israelis, according to polls, support the murder and starvation of children. Israel has descended into a savagery, descended into a state of evil that I don't think's occurred in the Western world since Germany 80 years ago. And that's not a rant against Jews. I think it's a rant against a people who have just lost their minds and their humanity. Maddie says something that if Monty Python said it would be funny, but I'm not going to say it because I don't agree with it. But if it were said in a comedic way, it would be found funny. But I don't believe that. I don't feel that way, Maddie. Craig Nelly, beginning seems a nice guy, but as you go along, you realize rotten to the core. My love is rotten to the core. Ain't talking about love. I've been to the edge, babe, and there I stood and looked down. You may have something I want, babe, but I have something you need, you need. My love is rotten to the core. Maddie, Zeo hatred, get lost, Craigie. Ward, I'm sensing a toad gone is on the way. All right, Ward, I'll get there. Craig Nelly, no wonder he's by himself only and resort to talking to a humanless machine so they can't retort back for half a freaking day every single freaking day. Goodness. Well, I happen to agree. I'm sick of it myself. But I haven't quit because I feel like this attack that you guys do, which is both emotional, it's in the spaces, it's psychological, and it's simply by making sure the stock always ends in the red, except today. I just don't want people to get chased away by your frankly evil behavior. And so I keep doing it. But I look forward to the day when Railtown is $5 or $8 and Tony De Niro is taking his applause. I don't need any applause. Yeah, and I'm warning every one of you. When it's up there, he's going to say that he got you in it, and then he's going to tell you to sell it, and he's got a better idea. Don't sell. $5 is just the beginning. Just the beginning. There was a book I read many years ago, and I think it was simply called Rockefeller. It might have had his full name. It was written by I can't remember the guy's name. It was an amazing book, and what was one of the things amazing about the book, it was really thick, is you know how when you're reading, sometimes you're just reading very quickly, and then all of a sudden your eye gets stopped by a word that you go, wait a minute, is that what that word means? Or what does that word mean? And I would take the time and look it up. And in the 800 pages or whatever it was, he used that word once. He never used it again. It was amazing. But anyway, in the story of Rockefeller, he got started, and there were at least two times, where Esso, I guess it was called Standard Oil at first, there were a couple of times where there were pressure on the stock. I think one of them was during the Depression, but he would pay people in stock, or he'd acquire companies with stock, and he always told those people, never sell the shares, never sell the shares, hang on to these shares. And a lot of the people didn't listen. And when the other time AT&T, Standard Oil was broken up. And so they changed the shares into the various break. He said to everybody, don't sell your shares. Don't sell your shares. Don't sell your shares. And of course, people being people, there were moments of need, moments of fear, moments of selling. And he would buy them up. He said, don't sell them, but he'd buy it from them. Well, anyway, you know the story. He and his descendants are some of the wealthiest people in the world. And it's all from not selling. Railtown's one of those stocks you shouldn't sell. Account settings. Fox News Business. Charlie Payne asked the SEC Chair Paul Hatkins about MMTLP. Mr. Paul said, yes, MMTLP community might hear something soon. I will send you the video shortly. That's awesome. That's awesome. Jack Hamilton, account settings. Thank you for the heads up. Okay, here's the bragging. By the way, Craig Nelly says, how did the press release go? Well, I think I pissed off a very good gentleman in I'm Almost Legend by my reaction. So maybe today it didn't go so well, but I think the press release, if you're an investor, Craig, rather than hot money or caught short, I think it's a great press release. You know why? It's not perfect. It's got some reasons in the press release to cause short selling, the automatic machines to sell. And I would have liked a press release that said, hey, guess what? We closed the deal yesterday. It wasn't that. I would have liked a press release that didn't say there can be no assurance that we get it done. I would have liked a press release that didn't say, hey, we're pleased to announce an announcement about an announcement referring to a previous announcement. And so we just wanted to get an announcement out there. I would have liked that. But that's not how it works. Longs and CEOs have to get the news out, full disclosure. They have to telegraph everything they're doing so you guys can short. But what's great about this announcement, Craig Nelly, what is fantastic about this announcement, I have to find it. I have to find it. Darn it. Okay, I'll do it a different way. They always. I mean, this headline, Railtown announces intention to complete. That's just a recipe for your computers to start selling. I would have preferred it different. But the great thing is, I'm reading the wrong one, I guess. I guess I'm reading the wrong one. Okay. So annoying. I can't. This is the one. Oh, here it is. I just scrolled by it because when the ads come up, it moves the paragraph up, so I just missed it. So here's the great thing, Craig Nelly, and it's right in the first paragraph. I'll skip some of the words. Railtown AI Technologies is pleased to announce it intends to complete its amalgamation transaction with AI Partnership Corp on November 14th. That's the best thing about this announcement, Craig. So it's great. It's absolutely great. We now know that on November 14th, Railtown has purchased AIP. And in my judgment, that means Monday, but it might not be Monday. It might be Tuesday or Wednesday. It might be another week. But in my judgment, that means on Monday, buying can come into the stock. So I think it's great. Craig Nelly, to the moon. Are you volunteering? That'd be awesome. If you go, let me know what it's like. Julie Kim, account settings. Thank you for the info. Jack Hamilton. Crane, you going for $30? 5 cents fine. Maddie, Craigie needs $30 for her. Oh, I'm not going to read that out. Julie Kim, happy with what you guys are saying. Jack's saying that to Maddie. Oh, Lord. Craig Nelly, gosh, did I just hear William say about NVIDIA buying Railtown? People, wake the F-U-K-K up. No one heard of this puny OTC company. Man, I can see you've done your due diligence. I can see you've done your due diligence. Well, now, girl, you better run. Well, now, girl, you better run. Well, now, girl, you better run. That's what my sister's coach said to her as she was told to run laps around the gymnasium at an elite girls' school. All right. So, Craig Nelly, no one's heard of this company? Railtown Partners. Do you see that headline here? Railtown Partners. Do you see that, Craig Nelly? Microsoft. You don't think they've heard of Railtown? You see this one? NVIDIA. You don't think NVIDIA's heard of Railtown, Craig? TELUS. You don't think TELUS has heard of them? AMD. And then you've got these think tanks / incubators, Amy and Mila. They're a big deal up in Canada. You've got Northwestern University, UBC, University of British Columbia, and Digital. So just to give it to you again, you don't think NVIDIA's heard of Railtown? I guess you don't think. I could have stopped the sentence there. Craig Nelly, there are millions, no they're not, probably thousands, but there are millions of small companies everywhere, and every joker is claiming merger this, merger that. Snap out of it. Are you in trouble? Do you have a big short position? How deep is your short? Your short. Craig Nelly, no one gives a hood about some unheard company. Well, I would argue part of what you're saying is correct. I don't think a lot of people have heard of Railtown, but they're gonna. You've had free range on the playing field all by yourself. There might be an occasional referee or someone yelling, "Hey, that's not fair, that's not fair." But now, out of the locker room are going to come the 350-pound front line and the talented quarterback and the speedy pass receivers. And it's about to turn the other direction for you, Craig Nelly. Jack Hamilton, that was an awful lot for 5 cents. Jeff Schultz, William, if you had to be a bit man, you mean a betting man? When do you think this thing could take off? 2 weeks to 4 weeks. Now, I don't know what you mean about takeoff. So just to be clear, I think the stock's going to give you 10 to 15x by the end of the year. I still think that. I don't think it's going to be a short squeeze stock, so I don't think it's going to go from 40 cents to, $80 and back down, thank God. But I think what's going to happen, Jeff, is sometime, and I'm going to guess it's going to be, unfortunately, I'll miss another week, won't I? But you never know. Things happen more quickly than you expect. But Veterans Day, maybe the markets are closed, so maybe no one's there Monday and Tuesday. But Friday the 14th, they close this deal. You might see some action Thursday or Friday. But I'm going to guess that following week, sort of the 17th, 18th, and onward, one of those days you're going to come in and you're going to see the stock 10 or 15 cents either side of $1. It's just going to open there. And then I think there'll be a fight for a while. But I think the stock is going to do some stair stepping, back and forthing. But I think it's going to get to the value, the comparable value of Lang Chain. And the question becomes, how many shares are issued by then? I don't think they're going to issue any shares to buy any rail track companies. AIP companies before that happens. But that might overlap. But if they haven't issued any further shares, I think that's a $5.50 stock. As it goes, it'll go up, pull back, up, pull back, up, pull back, but it'll be ever going up and not collapsing at all. So how I get to that number is just simply taking the 1.25 billion and dividing it by the fully diluted shares. That I think is going to happen as soon as Thanksgiving, but it could be the middle of December. I mean, by now that my timing is not anywhere near close so far. But I do think November, December, it'll be 550. They'll maybe still be trying to pull it back. But what will be interesting at that point, Jeff, is that'll bring in buying. And if there's research out there, if there's excitement still in the AI space and in the overall market, from 550, it could double, in the span of 2 or 3 days or in a day. So it's going to get really exciting. But if you mean by takeoff, when do I think it's going to get to $55, for example? I still think it'll be May or later. When do I think the company could receive a buyout or a takeover offer? I think it could happen sooner than we think, a lot sooner than we think. Will they take it or not? I don't know. But I certainly don't think the company, I think there's a possibility that this company is no longer independent by the end of next summer, but who knows? That's a wild guess. Donna, good afternoon. William and everyone. Account settings. Hello, Donna. Jack Hamilton. Good afternoon, Donna. Donna, hello. Account settings. Donna, did you see the account settings message up above? Hey, Jack. Donna, about MMTLP. Donna, yes, my MMTLP stock is at NextBridge. I moved it from Fidelity last February. I don't know what that means. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Yeah. Jack, I'm in the same boat. I moved mine a while back. Curious to see what it's in store for everyone. Look, if it's something, it'll be for everyone. But it's not going to be a gift. It's going to be a release. They're going to pay you for your release. That's what they're going to do, which is fine. It'll be money. It'll be money. If it happens. I'm still skeptical. Donna M., I'll believe it when I see it. Jack Hamilton. Yeah, very true after all this time. Eric B. TELUS mentions Railtown in today's earnings call on their role in the future. All right, I'll try to listen to it. I don't know how to get a snip, but maybe I can coordinate and record it. Account settings. We are Rail and MTLP team. We will win. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I hope MMTLP, I hope all that hard work that Junk and Busy and Patrick and now I'm forgetting all the other names. I really hope it comes to fruition. Eric B. All right, I can do, Eric, I can play that now then. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I know I can. I know I can. I know I can. I am. I am. I am. I knew I could. I knew I could. I knew I could. I got to do this again? Nightmare City. Nightmare City. Nightmare City.
Welcome to the TELUS 2025 Q3 earnings conference call. I would like to introduce your speaker, Robert Mitchell. Please go ahead. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Our third quarter 2025 results news release capabilities are approaching $800 million in revenue in 2025. This is expected to increase to approximately $2 billion by 2028, representing an annualized growth rate north of 30%. Notably, this is composed of solely external client revenue, and it excludes other parts of our global B2B portfolio, such as health and agriculture and consumer goods. Supporting this growth are 4,000 dedicated professionals and AI engineers delivering digital products and solutions that help clients transform their businesses and to do that transformation at scale. One component of this growth is our September launch of Canada's first sovereign AI factory. This firmly establishes TELUS's leadership position in this space, as we have ready today the infrastructure and compute ecosystem to help Canadian businesses broadly deploy AI. We are the first North American service provider to become an official NVIDIA cloud partner, utilizing our state-of-the-art data centers to support customers and partners such as OpenText, League, EY, Accenture, and Railtown, to name but a few, who immediately benefit from our sovereign AI compute solutions. TELUS is providing the secure, sovereign foundation our country needs to create made-in-Canada solutions, to accelerate growth, and to advance our competitiveness in the global digital economy for generations to come. To wrap up, our Q3 performance reflects the strength of our core operations and the power of our differentiated strategy. The reliability of our results demonstrates our team's dedication to delivering superior customer experiences across our industry-leading wireless and pure fiber broadband infrastructure and technology. Our substantial network investments enable positive social and economic outcomes for Canadian communities nationwide, whilst continuously enhancing our operational performance, our financial results, and our customer satisfaction. Moreover, these network investments are powering Canada's digital sovereignty through our pioneering and leading AI infrastructure and technology. And as we look ahead, we are positioned for sustained success, underpinned by ongoing EBITDA expansion and disciplined capital deployment that together generate substantial free cash flow growth for our organization and our investors.
I don't know if he said it. I didn't hear it.
A fiber lease or fiber wholesale arrangement, and the third party is making their money just as we would if we were wholesaling our fiber to someone else. So it's very similar. Specials that will come in, and any, say, aggressive specials could obviously slow that down. But I think it's momentum. Once it's through your base, it's going to be slow and steady back on the way out. And so far, good momentum. But I think it's to be determined that if that holds or not as we move into the fourth quarter. And so I think that would be my best assessment. Just two top-ups on that, given that we don't entirely control our own destiny on the ARPU front. I think it's important that we continue to improve our profile on unit cost to serve. So you've seen us make some good progress there, getting into the double digits on the cost reduction front. I think we need to keep going down that particular path and lower our unit cost to serve. And that's one of the attractive aspects of having TELUS Digital now fully in the fold, so that we can leverage AI technology to really drive down unit cost to serve within our consumer and our B2B wireless operations. And then the other thing that is a great antidote to ARPU pressure as we hope for better days ahead is product bundling. We've got the best product portfolio in the industry to the extent to which we can increase our product intensity in our customer relationships through progressive bundling. That's going to give us a holistic outcome with the client in terms of overall economics that's extremely appealing.
Thank you for this. And just to be clear, Doug, on the free cash flow, any distribution that Terrion is going to be making to its equity shareholders will be deducted from your free cash flow calculation?
We're going through that as we speak, but it will be transparent of where it is. But it'll be how we assess the capital item, because when you think through the capital item as well, we're not paying for 100% of the capital. We have to consolidate it. So I need to make sure that that is very clear on both the capital that we're accountable for and then the distribution. But we'll make sure you see the net on both.
Great, thank you.
Right. Thanks, Mayor. Next question, please. The next question is from Jérôme Dubois from Desjardins. Please go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my questions. The first one is on the partner build model. If you can please discuss the implications from a financial standpoint, maybe I'm just throwing ideas out there, but maybe the margin profile is going more toward a wholesale model with lower capex. If it's the right way to think about it, and if you can discuss the different return profile of owners' economics versus the partner build, please.
So, just on the fiber side, I assume that's the partnership you're referring to. The economics are that we would end up either signing a lease for, call it a dark fiber lease, and or we take a community as it's built, and it's our initiative to ramp up and scale it. And so the economics are based on I would say similar to what you would see on any third-party fiber lease or fiber wholesale arrangement, and the third party is making their money just as we would if we were wholesaling our fiber to someone else. So it's very similar structure, and we just have a couple different scenarios out there of how we lease, but it would be a fair market value for what a lease arrangement would be on any kind of fiber transaction. And overall, our goal is to ensure that when we're leasing or when we're renting fiber on a wholesale basis, the return, the total economic return, is equal to or better than the economic return that we derived historically from our own fiber build in Western Canada. And the reason why we've set that axiom and think that it's doable is clearly we have much greater scale today on the fiber front, so we should be better positioned to seize those economies of scale. We have better technology deployed than what we had historically during the fiber build time in the West from 2014 to 2020 that improves both operational efficiency and operational execution. And we have far more products. When we started to build fiber in the West, the revenue returns were very much around internet and TV. Now our business still has the internet and TV components, but we have the security component, we have smart home automation, we have smart home energy service.
All right, I didn't hear Railtown mentioned once, but I might have missed it. But thank you, Eric. So on the TELUS earnings webcasts at around 10 minutes and around 30 minutes, they talk about the suite of AI tools offered in their data center. All right, Railtown in 10 minutes. All right, so I did hear that. Let's go back at 10 minutes and hear it again. I don't know what they said.
Revenue, and it excludes other parts of our global B2B portfolio, such as health and agriculture and consumer goods. Supporting this growth are 4,000 dedicated professionals and AI engineers delivering digital products and solutions that help clients transform their businesses and to do that transformation at scale. One component of this growth is our September launch of Canada's first sovereign AI factory. This firmly establishes TELUS's leadership position in this space as we have ready today the infrastructure and compute ecosystem to help Canadian businesses broadly deploy AI. We are the first North American service provider to become an official NVIDIA cloud partner, utilizing our state-of-the-art data centers to support customers and partners such as OpenText, League, EY, Accenture, and Railtown, to name but a few, who immediately benefit from a sovereign.
You blink, you miss it, but that's great. So that's the TELUS 11 a.m. third quarter earnings call, and they mention Railtown, and they mention their data center that is ready to go. I think it's great. Jack Hamilton, I like your positivity. Steve, I guess. Oh no, I like your positivity account settings. Yeah, he's a good guy. PS71, hello, Sir Bill. Cheers. Account settings. Honestly, it's because of people like William, Busy Brands, Richard, Glass Guy, Curtis, Anna, you, Donna, everyone, people who's no more with us from MMTLP. I am positive and happy, having hope in my life. Thank you. That's great. That's to Jack. Right on. Account settings. Julie C. Julie Kim. Account settings. Thank you. I don't know why I'm excited for positivity. Even Railtown's price is down. Yeah. Account settings. PS71. When Brent finishes with Nixie, do you see him dusting off Logic and or Go Logic and doing something? Or will these just die in the vine? I think Logic's toast, but there's a train of thought out there that the guy that took it over, I can't remember his name, he apparently has plans to do a massive reverse split in the stock and take it to the NASDAQ. I don't believe it, but if it happens, maybe there's a tiny recovery in Logic, but I don't think it's going to make money. Go Logic's, I think, is a different story. And I don't know, I haven't spoken to Brent in a while, and I haven't tried to be critical of Brent, but I am critical of those deals. I just think I can't explain why a CEO would be screwed by these toxic funders 3 times and then do it a 4th time. I just don't get it. But anyway, I'm not critical of Brent, and I've put in my name to Brent that I would be willing to help him with Go Logic, and I wouldn't mind taking it over and making it a successful company and being fair to all the shareholders. But I don't think that's on the table now. I don't think there's much in Go Logic, so it would be pretty clean to get something done. I think they still have some sort of licensing thing, but I don't think it's going to die on the vine, but it's just simply a shell, as best I can tell. But it's on my list, PS71. Once we get past this limbo with Railtown, I think Railtown's going to be a $5 stock, a $7 stock, an $11 stock, and then I don't need to be on, all day. I can do a different approach, but I do feel like I need to hang in there until Railtown gets beyond. The attacks come during this limbo, and I don't think the limbo is over. But yeah, it's on my list to go back. I think Logic's, they took it. It may come back to the market via some guy that cleans up companies and turns them into shells, working with the hedge funds that destroyed the shell, and he takes 5 or 10% of the company. It might come back as a new shell that way, but we'll all be wiped out. I believe that Logic, the company taking over Logic, was in cahoots with Aubrey Advisors and Chadron right from the start. So I just think it's a way they're cleaning up their exposure. But I could be wrong. They're not, nobody writes a roadmap and puts it in a memo. You just are trying to put pieces together. I can't prove it, but that's what I think. Logic, I think you have to write off, unfortunately. And I have, and it's a big position. And that's why my small position of Railtown has to go to a big number for me to get back in the green. I think it's going to happen. But I'm so proud of people here who have built large positions in Railtown, because I don't think it's going to take a big number in many cases to get back in the green. I'm not in that boat, but I'm happy. I'm not complaining. Grateful for what I have. GoLogic's a different story. I think GoLogic is clean in terms of who's in charge of it. I think Brent is still in charge of it. And I think there's room to do something there. And I'm willing to do it. But like I say, I'm not in a position now. I think Brent is distracted by Nixie. But you know what, PS71? I'll try to make a probe on that, on GoLogic. I'll write it down. I'll see if I can. Because now's the time to do it again. I did it before, but make my interest known for something that might happen next year. Now's the time to start. I'll do that, PS71. I'll find out about GoLogic. Steve added. Wow, good for you, Steve. Added 36,100. That's great, Steve. PS71. I moved mine to Nextbridge too. Go, Greg. I agree. But if there's trouble, let me say it differently. If there is some sort of settlement with MMTLP, it'll include Nextbridge. But I think it's going to require a release. So depending on what it is, you may not want to do it. And it might help Greg out too, and so Nextbridge might be a better place to be. Thank you, DeVillio. That you're so kind, and it's nice that you give us a picture of your innocent self, because you've really changed. DeVillio, wow, a whopping 44 viewers. I think that's a record, William. I'm almost legend. Per my comments earlier, you have absolutely nothing to apologize for. I and the majority of us greatly appreciate you and all you do every day, and look forward to your live stream. Not to speak for anyone else, but we don't want to see you get worked up to the point of frustration or a heart attack to where you're stressing yourself out. But we all know you're doing it with good intent to help us. I tried to. Donna, okay, Donna reminded me. Oh, Donna. Donna reminded me. Donna reminded me. And Donna, where are you? I blocked Craig. So I did. So I did too. I just go through till I'm finished because I don't want to be accused that I'm avoiding the questions. But once I've answered them all, now I blocked them. So she's gone. She's gone. Let's see. Donna says it's in the green. Yep. Railtown closed in the green. Barely. But hey, when you're looking for positives, that's a positive. It's positively a positive. She's gone. Florida, here we come. I'm Almost Legend says, and you're right, it is in the green, Donna. Hello, Donna M. Steve says, Maddie, agree. MM, only 70 cents more to hit your target in 3 days. It's not 3 days, is it? Today's Friday. Oh, and Wednesday? Yeah. I don't know if it's going to happen. Maybe we will hit it, $1.10 for Wednesday. I'd have to say, because the news came out that the combination's not going to be completed to next Friday, I think I'm going to miss my target for Wednesday. But the following week, it might catch up. It might catch up. Keith, hey, William, driving by you right now. We're heading north, just south of Quantico. Need coffee. I need to go to Quantico and get in shape. Anyway, keep your eyes on the road and all. I was going to read the last chapter, but I think I'm going to stop because I feel burned out. And, I'm sorry I lost my cool. And I mean, it's fair to be frustrated. It's fair to be, I can't explain why it took 10 months to get and it's not even finished, to get AIP purchased. But on the other hand, that happened. It's already happened. Now we know next Friday it's going to be, that's it. And it's gone. That annoying delay is gone. So the question is, after that, when can the buying come in? And I would guess the buying can come in Monday. But I'm sure I'll find out if there's some other reason. But I'm going to guess the buying can come in on Monday. The weekend's long enough for full disbursement of news. So we'll see what happens. Account settings. Good night, William and all. Have a nice weekend. Yeah, good night, everybody. I'm going to sign off, and I wish everyone peace. And I'll do better next week, I hope. Cheers.